All right, good morning, everyone. The time is now 10:01 on Wednesday, May 6, 2026. Today is day 2 of the City Council review of the Mayor's proposed FY26 municipal budget. I am joined by Vice Chair Alex Wan of the Finance Executive Committee, and other colleagues that are present with us today are Council Members Hillis, Westmoreland, Norwood, and Martin, and other members will be cycling in and out as their schedules allow. Today's schedule starts with Atlanta Fire and Rescue Department. We are happy to have them with us today. Will be followed by the Department of Corrections. We'll have a brief recess, and then the afternoon session will be the Atlanta Police Department, Atlanta Citizens Review Board, and then we'll end the day with the Department of Procurement. For our listening public, an electronic copy of the budget book and all presentations can be found under the FY 2027 Budget Session tab on the Finance Executive Committee webpage of the City Council website. At the completion of each topic, council members will be able to ask questions. With that, I would ask Atlanta Fire and Rescue Department to introduce their team. Chief Smith, send it over to you.
Good morning, Councilmember Winston and council members. It's my pleasure to be here today on behalf of the men and women of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to present the proposed budget for FY27. To my right, I have Deputy Chief Jason McClain, who's over support services. I also have Ms. Shy Pickett-Harden, who is over everything fiscal with Atlanta Fire Rescue. To my left, I have Chief James McLemore. He is the first deputy for Atlanta Fire Rescue. To his left, David Bohatch, who is the Deputy of Technical Services. And on the far end, I have Gary Robb, who is the Deputy of Field Operations. And behind us, you will see the support team for Atlanta Fire Rescue, the additional deputies for airport and EMS respectively, as well as the fiscal team and the administrative backbone of Atlanta Fire Rescue. So with that being said, go to the first slide. We'll begin our presentation. Here you will see the organizational chart for Atlanta Fire Rescue, which details the leadership hierarchy as well as the accountability matrix for Atlanta Fire Rescue to make things run smoothly on a day-to-day basis. The chart that you see, there has been no changes to this org chart for the upcoming fiscal year, and so we will continue in this posture to serve the city. Next slide, I am happy to share with you the accomplishments of the current fiscal year, FY26. And with the help of our mayor, Andre Dickens, and this administration, AFRD continues to close the gap, ensuring that the pipeline for hiring firefighters is strong. We currently have 125 fire recruits, of which 19 of those are red shirts, and they're serving the various communities with community service projects, working very closely with the council members, and we're proud to do so. In addition to that, we have a graduation upcoming of recruits. Right now, there are a total of 23, and it is scheduled for May 18th, and we invite you all to come out and participate in that graduation, and it will be at the Public Safety Training Center. These heavy staffing and training efforts would not be possible without the Public Safety Training Center. So I want to again thank you guys for your support, thank the mayor for his support and moving forward with the training center. As a result of that, we also have the driver's operators course. So for years, we've talked about the challenges of training firefighters to operate the heavy equipment and having to use the city streets after hours. And so the training center effort has been immensely appreciated by Atlanta Fire Rescue, and it now allows us to train our members off the city streets in a controlled environment. And we have relaunched our driver certification or operators program in which we are teaching drivers to operate, and they receive a certification. And at the end, they get an incentive for being certified. To this date, we have certified 19 operators. There are driving courses available for training for our incumbents 24/7. And so we are utilizing it to the fullest. Next, we talk about enhanced emergency medical services and the cadaver lab that is now at our Public Safety Training Center. EMS services continue to drive the call volume for Atlanta Fire Rescue, and we intend to continue meeting that need and staying ahead of the curve. And to that effort, I'm happy to share with you that the Emergency Medical Dispatching Program, or EMD, has recently been launched by E911 and our partners with APD, whereby the calls are triaged in our call center for the first time ever as it relates to emergency medical calls, giving us the full control of calls that we are dispatched to and ensuring that CPR can be, or instructions for CPR if needed, and can be provided over the phone line. So it is a seamless transition that we have been looking forward to for a very long time. In addition to that, we have, as I mentioned, the cadaver lab, which we are in partnership with the Morehouse School of Medicine, in which it is a forward-thinking investment of the city to allow us to have a cadaver lab on site to be a part or incorporate into our EMS training for our recruits and our firefighters, our incumbent EMTs, providing, again, the best services possible to the city of Atlanta. Fire station construction and renovation continues. And thank you to each of you, and thank you that the Moving Atlanta Forward initiative was approved because it provides the funding to give us the facilities of the future that we need. And so currently, right now, we have 3 fire stations that are under construction. Station 30, as well as Station 26 on the north side. And we are anticipating that those stations will be available for occupation, be occupied, in the fall of this year. So we are looking forward to that. With Station 25 to come shortly thereafter, we're projecting in 27. With Station 31's plans now currently being reviewed by Dean to determine their appropriateness for the site. So we are excited about the growth and the expansion of the facilities for Atlanta Fire Rescue. I couldn't leave the accomplishment page without talking about the the fleet enhancements that the mayor and administration have done and they continue to provide for Atlanta Fire Rescue. Atlanta Fire Rescue is currently awaiting the arrival of 13 engines and 4 ladder trucks. I am told of this morning, 5 of those engines have arrived and they are at our shop right now, going through an acceptance inspection. And those engines will be going in service very shortly to bolster the fleet of Atlanta Fire Rescue. We're also scheduled to receive the 2 jet boats that we ordered in previous fiscal cycles to enhance our capabilities for swift water and flash flood incidents. And so we are excited about the expansion and we are excited about the growth. Speaking about what is new and what is upcoming and what is improved for FY27 for Atlanta Fire Rescue. State-of-the-art EMS and training enhancements. We will continue to utilize the posture of moving Atlanta forward and providing the best EMS services possible to the citizens of Atlanta. Maximizing the use of our ambulance simulator as well as our cadaver lab to provide real-world scenarios for our EMTs and our paramedics so that they're prepared and their competencies are the best in the region. We are excited to be hosting the upcoming Georgia State EMS Instructor Symposium in the first quarter of this year at our training center, supporting our current initiatives and our EMS training success rates of 88% for our EMS students and 93% pass rate for our advanced EMTs. And these are phenomenal test percentages if you look at the EMS industry. Expansion of our advancement of health and wellness. We take very seriously the health and the wellness of our employees. To that avail, we will continue to push towards a mindfulness state through Dr. Moore and the Wellness Unit with the Public Safety Training Center and with the City of Atlanta. And I'm also happy to share with you that the Wellness Initiative is now out for bid on the streets. That program is us relaunching our wellness program for Atlanta Fire Rescue, which includes a physical checkup as well as a cancer screening. Now, this is not legally required, and the Atlanta's health program for our employees is very robust in that they provide physicals. Matter of fact, I had my own physical done through Blue Cross, so thanks to the city. But this is yet another initiative of Atlanta Fire Rescue moving in a direction that will change the industry, providing additional services and additional screenings to make sure that our employees are healthy long after they leave the job. We will continue to train our members for leadership in the organization. We realize that the future of our organization starts with Atlanta Fire Rescue, and that is why we have developed the Rising Phoenix program to teach our members the requisite skills needed for promotion prior to promotion. And so you will see the next iteration of that training being provided in-house, and it will be open for those who aspire to be company officers and chief officers on Atlanta Fire Rescue. And last but certainly not least, the provision of personal protective equipment, or PPE, and some may refer to it as turnout gear. We are going to ensure that in this budget that we have the funding available to provide the protective equipment that is needed for Atlanta Fire Rescue's members, ensuring that they are always operating in the safest posture possible. I inserted this page here as a visual to give you some insight as to what is going on for Atlanta Fire Rescue. As I've said before, and I will continue to say, the mayor has never told me no for anything or any resource that I've asked for Atlanta Fire Rescue. And we are very appreciative of the efforts that this administration makes towards Atlanta Fire Rescue, ensuring that we have the things that we need, to include the Public Safety Training Center, 4 fire stations funded to be constructed, 34 units, fire equipment, cars, battalion chiefs, EMS vehicles, fire engines, service trucks, 34 units have been received, with 14 yet in production to arrive in Atlanta. We've replaced every single self-contained breathing apparatus in the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, as well as all of the automatic defibrillators and life pack units utilized in our EMS division. We even now have, through partnership with the Fire Foundation for the first time ever, recruit housing to help subsidize and help people relocate that are interested in working for Atlanta Fire Rescue. We continue to change the services that we provide, and we thank you and we thank the administration for always supporting Atlanta Fire Rescue. Here you will see the FTEs for Atlanta Fire Rescue for the upcoming fiscal year. And this continues to support our effort of maintaining a minimum of 120 recruits in recruit school. This is due in part to the Public Safety Training Center and the recruitment efforts of Atlanta Fire Rescue. And as I shared with you, we currently have 125 recruits in the training pipeline, and we have a sworn vacancy rate in Atlanta Fire Rescue right now of 8.8%. And that number continues to go down. When we look at the number of sworn vacancies in our field operations division, there are only 60 vacancies. At our airport division, we have sworn vacancies. We have only 39 vacancies. Thus, Atlanta Fire Rescue has just under 100 vacancies in total. I don't know when the last time I've seen that number. And so thank you for the efforts of the administration to help push us into this posture of hiring and preparing Atlanta Fire Rescue for the future. Next, you will see the adopted budget numbers for Atlanta Fire Rescue, and thank you to CFO Bala and the fiscal team for working relentlessly with us to determine what the numbers would be for Atlanta Fire Rescue moving into the future. We understand and we accept our role in Atlanta, in the city of Atlanta, but we also understand the fiscal challenges of managing a budget for the city of Atlanta. But somehow that team seems to figure it out and make sure that Atlanta Fire Rescue has the funding that we need. And so we are very comfortable with the numbers that have been proposed for this budget, and we feel that they address everything that we need in the days to come. You will see in addressing the variances for Atlanta Fire Rescue at a high level, you will see that the personnel services and employee benefit numbers are up 6%. This variance is attributable to the reinstatement of the fire pension, as well as the increase in health care costs for the employees of Atlanta Fire Rescue. You will see the purchases and contract services line with a 28% increase. This is to ensure that the department can meet its obligations, and those obligations include making sure our share of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Public Safety Training Center's expenses are met, as well as contracts like Motorola, and ensuring that we can provide the PPE and the testing services that we are required to provide according to the code. So thank you for that. Our capital outlay, while that percentage increase looks like a substantial number, the reality is it is roughly $61,735, and that is to support the department's ongoing and current new initiatives for migrating to systems such as our electronic Knox box system, which requires additional internet connections for required updates and security access. And last but not least, you will see the interdepartment charges, which represents 15%, and that is attributable to our fleet costs and fueling costs that will be done through fleet services. And with that, we will open the floor up for questions, and that completes the presentation for Atlanta Fire Rescue.
Thank you, Chief Smith. At this time, we'll turn it over to colleagues for questions. We'll start with Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief Smith, and the rest of your team. Always glad to see y'all. I think I shared with you time and time again, I have nothing but love for our firefighters. Just as an example, last year, my daughter and I were hit by a car on our bike, and the first people to arrive on scene were Atlanta Fire Rescue, the folks at men and women at Station 7. The first time I got hit by a car on my bike 10 years ago, Atlanta Fire Rescue was also the first on the scene. Last year, one of my neighbors had a schizophrenic episode and set their own house on fire across the street from me. Y'all have been using that as a training. Y'all confused a lot of my neighbors when y'all come do the post-fire AAR evaluation, because y'all been back there several times on Garibaldi Street in Mechanicsville. And then separately, a kid burnt down our playground equipment last year over at Windsor Street Park. So it's almost gotten to a point to where I joke with Paul Gertis and the men and women over there at Station 7. It's like, it's always something on my block. So I just, nothing but love for Atlanta Fire Rescue. The fact that y'all's EMT services are such a big part of your day-to-day operations, I think goes unrecognized by the general public. I've been a recipient of those services, and many other people have, but people see the apparatuses, they see the ladder trucks, and that's what they think of when they think about what our firefighters do, but that's not the daily work of the typical day of Atlanta Fire Rescue employee. My question is, and this is to dovetail on something that I asked CO Burks yesterday about fleet modernization. As we are looking at the pipeline of new vehicles coming into the fleet, how much are we right-sizing our fleet to meet that operational demand where EMT services provide such a large proportion of the services that we're providing? I know we have ladder trucks for a reason. My district includes downtown Atlanta, and if there's a fire that breaks out in one of those high-rises or skyscrapers, we need those. We absolutely need those ladder trucks. But also think about the fact that most of our 911 calls is EMT services, and with the work that we're doing to narrow Atlanta streets to make it safer for pedestrians and cyclists. Our office spent over $1 million on speed humps across my district over the last 4 years. I know sometimes there's some friction that happens as y'all try to evaluate routes and best way to get your firefighters to a site of an emergency. But can you just talk a little bit about how we're looking at modernizing our fleet, whether or not we're shrinking the size of both our EMT vehicles and also our apparatuses to make sure we can be aligned with the larger vision, the larger work that we're doing around Vision Zero, or reducing pedestrian accidents?
Absolutely. So thank you for that question. So in light of knowing that the landscape for the city of Atlanta and the traffic density is changing, we realize that the traditional fire truck is just simply not going to meet the need by itself. And so we have started to dive in and look at each community, determine what the specific needs are of that community. And so what you will see coming is you will see more smaller vehicles, i.e. the quick vehicles that are going to be in the communities, which are the smaller pickup trucks that are more agile to move throughout the communities. In addition to that, we just received a donation from the Fire Foundation with some e-bikes. And so just like the path force that the police department has, you will see some targeted areas depending on what's going on in the community that we can monitoring the city special events section, staying closely in touch with them and modifying our responses to ensuring that we have foot medics, bike teams, the ambulance, the quick units, whatever you can imagine. We're looking at covering those areas in a unique way that we've never done before.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great to hear about the e-bike program, especially. So speaking of electric vehicles, is that fleet modernization looking at electrifying some of the fleet vehicles that we have? I know
Absolutely.
The manufacturers are making electric
So absolutely.
now.
So we right now have a couple of Rivians that we have a pilot to try to see if those are feasible for working in our fleet. But absolutely, we are in touch with the sustainability office, and we're looking to go green wherever we can.
All right, thank you. And then I'll ask a question. I don't serve on public safety, so I don't get a chance to see you regularly for the regular committee briefs. But just with regards to the talent acquisition side of the house and the personnel services, I know the conversation that I have with whether it's other jurisdictions or municipalities or counties, I know we losing a lot of our trained staff to those jurisdictions for whatever reasons that I'm sure that you probably heard yesterday with the fire union and their presentation. But I imagine people want to come to Atlanta, want to work for Atlanta for various reasons as well. I don't know if in the data that we have for talent acquisition, I don't want to use the word poach, but are we getting firefighters from other jurisdictions, and what is attracting those folks to the city of Atlanta? So this is more of if someone from your team can follow up and share that information, I'll be really interested to see that. And at one point I spoke with someone from y'all's HR team about efforts to recruit military veterans, and if there's still interest in that, we'll love to continue that conversation. So yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, we're looking forward to that conversation.
All right, Mr. Chair,
All right, thank you. Next, we have questions from Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Chief, and your team. You did mention the turnout equipment. What is the delivery date and put into service date of that?
Of what? I'm sorry?
Turnout equipment?
We don't have a delivery date as of yet.
But it has been ordered and...
So we're working in the process of ordering it now. What we're doing now is an inventory to determine what actually is needed, and then we will be making that purchase.
Okay, but is there a goal, like by...
My goal is first quarter.
First quarter of FY27. Thanks for that. On the, excuse me, you mentioned the equipment that has arrived, thankfully, and the others that have already on order. Where are we with getting in an order this year? Because I think it's been, what, about a year since?
We have made the request to Fleet Services.
Okay.
And so at this point, it's Fleet Services working with the fiscal team to determine when that order will be placed.
CFO, do you have any update on that? I know that's not fully, your responsibility, Chief, but CFO Bala? Yeah, of course, this is not in his departmental budget, and we have talked about it multiple times. What is the timeline for the submission and the funding source? I would imagine bonds somehow of the next fire apparatus delivery that's supposed to occur sometime this year.
Yeah, so is the question with regards is when is the next legislative packet for additional purchases, or when is the expectation of the fleet that was already purchased?
For the next purchase, because I think it's been about a year or so since we've put forth the purchase.
Our plan now is we anticipate to probably introduce legislation in the next fiscal year. so that we can anticipate based on the debt service schedule to spread it out. We are looking at, I think we have about 2 or 3 years left of debt service payments on the current fleet. So we'd want to stagger it so that we don't have all of the debt service concentrated in one period. So it'll probably be next year before we introduce another modest allocation for fire and police.
That would be fiscal year 27. What quarter do you
Yeah,
have?
fiscal year 27, it'll probably, we can start the ordering towards the end of fiscal year 27. We'll probably, I think for fire, the lead time's roughly about a year or two. So it'll be fiscal year 29 before we receive equipment.
Okay. Thank you for that. On the jet boats you mentioned in another conversation we've had previously, I know most of the Swiftwater is centrally focused in the city. However, not all, but many of the water rescues happen in Councilmember Norwood's district, my district, along the Chattahoochee, Peachtree Creek, et cetera, especially when it floods. We've asked, or I've asked, maybe others have as well, about putting one more on the western side of the city so it can be a faster response time to the Chattahoochee and Peachtree Creek areas. And I know we also rely on Cobb County, but you know we're the big brother, so they need to be able to look to us and rely on us. Where are we in those conversations and getting something at 26 or 28 or 38, or you know maybe building a small garage facility where 28 or 26 could drive to Standing Peachtree and activate a jet boat from there.
So we realize that Station 11 might not be the optimal location to service the city as it relates to flash flooding. And so we're in conversations right now, I myself, Chief McLemore, and the operations chief, Chief Rob, we're in conversations right now about what does having split locations look like. And definitely one of those locations will be on that north side in closer proximity to the Chattahoochee. We realize that we need to take the lead in that space because we are the big brother in that area. And so we accept that challenge. And so we're looking at a station up in that area to include, not excluding the possibility of utilizing 26.
Understood. Dean, giving you a date on finishing at Station 26 yet?
The only numbers we have or dates we have right now are fall of 26.
Okay.
Which is this year.
Thank you. Just kind of backing up and look at the overall budget, Atlanta's a growing city, has been since the 90s when we were under 400,000. Now we're, over 500, probably be approaching 600 by the end of the decade. But you look at the salaries and the overtime, if you combine those, it's over or almost a $4 million reduction. The explanation is just general adjustment, aligned staffing levels with operational needs. So how are we reducing our staffing numbers by that much? And then we also show a reflected 17 FTE equivalent reduction. How are we reducing both of those, both the funding and the staffing, and maintaining the service level that the city expects to see and response times?
So we were challenged going into this fiscal year to look at the operational efficiencies of Atlanta Fire Rescue. And so what you will say is that specifically support positions that have not been filled, we're looking at how do we go in another direction or another posture. We are not reducing any of our sworn numbers, but we're looking at streamlining some of the positions because if they haven't been filled for a while and you've worked without them, how are you operating without them? And so we are reducing or eliminating some of those positions.
Understood. Speaking of non-sworn positions, another item that has come up multiple times over the past couple years in Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, and I believe we requested an audit, which has soon to be delivered, about fire inspections. How does this budget hopefully greatly enhance the men and women behind fire inspections and getting both, new build inspections done in an adequate amount of time, but also doing these yearly fire safety inspections where we expect them to be instead of, discovering it after, there's been an unfortunate fire?
Right. And so we just recently completed an audit of the community risk reduction section. And so right now we're combing through the recommendations and coming up with a formal document to provide to the COO about what actions we're going to take and what changes need to be made.
Thank you for that. And then just overall, you know, the union brought up yesterday, the fleet, which we've discussed that and got some answers from the CFO just now. But one of the other things that has come up, and I have not heard it talked about much lately, but is, you know, where the city needs additional fire resources. You know, the only recent, you know, we're replacing already existing stations, which is a good thing given the condition some of them are in or were in before they were rebuilt. The only recent station I remember is an EMS station in Southwest Atlanta. I've heard some talk of Sandy Springs abandoning, since they're building a new station and their actual city limits, selling that station back to us up in Buckhead. But where are we with, you know, evaluating the need for an actual new fire station? I know we've talked about, you know, areas of the city that see lacking response times. And so just want to know where those conversations are about improving response times in certain areas and the possibility or need to build new stations.
So that conversation is ongoing, and the A&P, or Assessment and Planning section, is up under Chief McLean. And so what they've been tasked to do is formulate new drive time analysis to determine where the gaps are in the city. And we realize that today is the day where we need to start planning for tomorrow. And so we're trying to identify where the gaps are so that we can make plans to determine where we get stations, because land in the city, as you know, is not cheap. And when somebody thinks that the city may be interested in it, the price will triple. Mm-hmm. And so we're looking at identifying the gaps and having those conversations with the administration. But it's an ongoing process right now.
Okay. And where is AFRD, as I will be asking this of many departments, where is AFRD with evaluating its fee structure when it comes to fees for you all services, permitting, et cetera?
So we have been in concert with the administration up under the lead of the COO, and our fees have been restructured. And so it will be a part of that total plan that rolls out for the city, so that there's not a 1-2 punch, to let the citizens know this is the direction that we're going. But we are actively involved in that. And the fees have been, the study has been done, and we've come up with some new numbers.
All right, Chief, that's all I have for now. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hillis. Next, we have questions from Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief, and your team for the presentation. I'm just going to jump right in. Your staffing levels, it's great to hear that we are down in single digits in terms of your vacancies. But on page 5, to the extent that y'all can provide after this meeting, you know, the breakout of funded versus unfunded positions, that would be helpful. And then I just want to confirm, you said that the reduction in your FTEs is just support positions. No, there's no sworn position reduction. Okay, because my constituents would kill me if they heard that we were doing away with any of your sworn positions. That said, I do want to go back and look at your budget request, and I'm a little surprised that if you've got a less than 10% vacancy, that your drop in overtime isn't more dramatic than that. You know, can you talk about that, or what are we still using? Explain to me kind of the need still with overtime.
Mm-hmm. So what's unique about the overtime for Atlanta Fire Rescue versus other departments is that the positions are rank and some instances certification specific. And so the pool of people that can fill those positions, if they are vacant, is smaller. And so we still have to maintain that that vacancy rate space, and having someone to come in and fill that position. And so when you start looking at what does that number look like, who can actually do that job, you may have a position where there are only 3 or 4 people that can actually do that job. And so when you look in the operation space, historically, we've always replaced a captain with a captain. But we did that because of where we were institutionally for experience. And so now that we have more people that have gone through the certification classes where they can ride the seat, where they can drive, as we train our members up, then we open those opportunities up to more people.
So then at some point, though, let's say you were at 100% filled, you'd still have some overtime, but there's still room to at least reduce that over time. I mean, the reason why I'm asking this is that it's my expectation to start seeing a drop in the overtime this cycle, definitely next cycle because of all the class and comp as well as the pension adjustments we've made. So let's just keep an eye on that. This may be a question for the CFO. Your pension expense is dramatically higher than all the other pension contributions. So what's driving that?
So the pension contributions increased primarily for two reasons. One of them was an adjustment of retirees' cost of living adjustments, which if you are very familiar with the old plan does have a 3% cost of living adjustment automatically that kind of builds the bank. So when we recalibrated our annual required contribution, which was presented to the board, it was increased for police, fire, and general employees. And so the concentration of most of fire's pension plan is in here. It's in this budget. So we have to allocate for it in fire's budget.
So you're saying it's higher for fire than the other two because of the
composition of the employee demographics for fire are different than the other groups.
And we should anticipate kind of this bump this year, and then it should level out from this point on?
It should level out. I will say we do experience studies every 3 years, and so hopefully we're in a different environment 3 years from now, but just want to be very cautious. If inflation continues to be a thing 3 years from now, we might have to recalibrate that assumption again going forward.
All right, thank you. Wanted to lift two things again from when we heard from the union yesterday. The first one is around the physicals and the screenings. I think you mentioned in one of your slides that is available now through Blue Cross Blue Shield, but is that a voluntary thing where the firefighters have to opt in, or is that something that everybody has to do?
So it is voluntary.
Okay.
When the city pays, when the department pays for it. We don't force them to do it. But just noting the fact that the healthcare plan that we have options of having physicals done. And there is no, I know there's been some reference to NFPA, but there is no legal requirement for the employer to provide the additional physical. We just chose to step into that arena and to continue that posture.
I think we were a little surprised to hear that yesterday. I'm glad to hear that there is an option. I mean, the preventive measures, given we self-insure, are always a good path to take. So I'm happy to kind of explore this further with y'all as well. The other thing I wanted to ask about, though, is there was a kind of a narrative yesterday about retention and challenges. Doesn't seem like your numbers are telling the same story, and I wanted to give you a chance to dive into that a little bit more.
Okay. So interesting you asked that, because there's always going to be people leaving, and people leave for various reasons. And so, whether it be retirement, whether they be choosing to relocate or go back home or move with a family member, we don't stand in anybody's way. But what I can tell you is that the message that we are getting is that the overwhelming majority of them are not leaving because of pay. They're not leaving because of benefits, especially if they have been here over 5 years. We just, as a culture, we just don't leave. And we don't leave because as we start becoming vested in the pension, we can start seeing the end of the road. And so while you may have 1 or 2 members that have left and gone somewhere else and say, hey, the water's fine, come out here, of course, there are going to be a couple of people that leave. And there are going to be some career shifts where I was told about 3 members that left because they have a construction business and they're building homes. And they're just making so much money. And, even to the point they told the chief, hey, man, I'm leaving because I can't do both. And so we don't stand in the way. We don't try to prevent anybody from leaving. We just want to know, hey, why are you leaving? Because we want to make sure that we're doing things right.
That's helpful to hear. I think, again, another one of the things that I'm looking for during this budget process is we made a series of investments last year, some tough decisions in terms of salary and pension, and I need to see that we're turning the curve. And again, at least the statistics that you threw out earlier about being below 10% vacancy seems to support that work was the right moves and the right decision. So I appreciate your clarification on that. Mr. Chair, that concludes my questions. I yield.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Chief, and team. I want to build on one of the questions that Councilmember Juan just asked. When we received yesterday's presentation, it talked about the last complete medical and physical was 2019. The last medical only was in 2021. What did change, if anything, in 2019 and 2021? Like, where do those statements come from, unless they're just inaccurate?
So the wellness program was established prior to then, and when the contract expired, the challenges were to retool the contract to make sure it was encompassing of everything that we needed. And so the last iteration of the contract that went out, we got no takers on that contract. And so having a meeting with the CPO, Chandra Houston, and thanks to her and her team for working with us, we were able to comb through that and figure out why we were getting no takers, and it's because of the volume of the work that was being asked. And so we broke it into smaller section, and it is now back out on the street.
All right, I think a better way I can ask it, can every member of the department get a physical and a cancer screening for free every year if they want to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Second question, can you talk a little about healthcare costs? We received a slide yesterday that showed Atlanta is significantly higher than a whole lot of other places, and I'm curious what you're hearing from your women and men as it relates to the health care costs that they have to pay for themselves and their family.
So anytime there's an increase in healthcare cost, there's going to be a decrease in what people have in real dollars in terms of spending and putting on the table. So there's always going to be concerns that are going to be expressed as it relates to that. We've gone through that in several iterations, several cycles during my employment with the city of Atlanta. And so we are empathetic to where they are. But the reality of it is where do you meet them at? Where's the median in dealing with that space?
You mentioned during your presentation about additional gear. Can you get a little more specific in terms of how many sets of gear each firefighter has and what the ideal would be?
Okay. So historically, everyone had a second set of gear, and that was not out of necessity. That was out of the ease of providing or the provision of gear. Because what we have taken ownership of is that if you have a set of gear and it is in need of repair or in need of cleaning, we will take that responsibility. We have a cleaning contract to clean the gear, and if repairs are needed, and we always have extra gear available to issue to the employees. And so we entertained the possibility of having a gear service station. We are not there yet. And so we are taking it upon ourselves to do an inventory that is going on right now to determine what gear is out there, who has a second set, who does not have a second set, so that we can make sure we fulfill that need until we can put the service center in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief and team, for being here this morning. Councilmember Westmoreland's last question kind of leads into my first question. Do we have one-for-one bunker gear capabilities, and do we need that, right? We heard from the union representatives yesterday about the desire to have that. They shared with us that there are grants available, possibly, and those kinds of things. But I wanted to hear from you all as the brass of the department. Do we have the capability to do one-for-one? Is it even needed?
So we do have the capability.
Okay.
And we have it in this upcoming budget as well.
Fantastic. Also, I got to be a little selfish here. I just want to get an update on what Station 25 is, the rebuild is.
So Station 25, as you know, it is no more the physical building.
Yes.
And so we're very excited about that one, and we have been told that building will be provided to us in the early part of 27.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Hill has hit on a little bit of a few questions that kind of deals with, and Councilmember Juan, about strategy and innovation. As we think about being the AFRD for 10 years from now, thinking about, and I think also Councilmember Dozier talked about this a little bit, do we have a strategic planning team, innovation team? And I don't want to know those updates today, but I think we can maybe start weaving them into some of the public safety updates that you give us at the committee level with Chairwoman Boone. Because I'm very, very interested in, what you all see down the road.
Gotcha.
I know that you all are the fastest responders to car accidents on our major highways, and we appreciate you for that. You all have saved probably thousands of lives in the last, year or so. As we think about that, though, we're seeing fewer fires, and we're seeing more of you all being called in EMT situations. And so, where is the strategic planning, and can we weave more of that into public safety? Because as I think about those questions, as Atlanta's is a major destination for these large-scale events, that's going to become, I think, even more critical for us. So, you provide any insights on that?
So yes, so we realize that the fire service is changing right before our eyes, and what you're seeing is an extreme reduction in the number of fires,
Yes,
and the expansion of EMS services, and we accept that challenge because we're going to have to pivot into that direction. What does that next iteration of Atlanta Fire Rescue look like? There's a blank slate right now, and because we're going to have to cater our services to the communities and the streets of Atlanta, and so that is a part of our strategic planning process. And we're relooking at our service delivery plan on an annual basis to ensure that Atlanta Fire Rescue is ready for today and we're ready for tomorrow, looking at how do we provide more dedicated services towards specific communities such as the Beltline.
Yes.
It's a destination now.
Yes.
And so looking at the uniqueness of the communities, because at some point in time, we are foreseeing that you're going to have a fire station that may not have a fire truck in it.
Right.
Because the reality is they may need 2 ambulances. They may need a quick unit. Not discounting the fact that we will fight the fires and we will continue to come in a timely manner, meeting those performance metrics. But the reality of it is we have to reinvent ourselves in order to stay relevant.
Sure. I saw this video of the drone that flies and puts out fires. So please let me know when the demo for that is. I'm glad to come and help you all test it.
So we do have a drone unit.
I heard.
Yeah, so.
I heard. I'm glad to come help you test it. As we also think about the compression pay issues, I'm going to be doing a deep dive with the COO soon. I'm looking forward to that and getting her insights that I'm sure also, and maybe some of you will be there. I want to know, again, to the brass sitting in front of us, is that a real issue in our department?
So in our current pay scale, no. Compression is not the issue, but we are happy to engage, and we have been talking with the administration about what does a compensation study look like for the entire city. While we feel like we deserve pay raises, and I'm speaking for the department, everybody in this city does as well. And so we don't want to selfishly push ourselves to the front of the table, knowing that there's a bigger or a global issue that has to be addressed by the city. And so we stand behind the administration in their efforts to level the playing field and make sure that everybody is compensated equitably.
Absolutely. I think we all agree with that, right? As we look at across the board, our general fund employees, but also, you all are literally tasked for running into burning buildings and cutting people out of cars in life or death situations before the car explodes. So, I personally do give a little bit of priority to our first responders because of that. But I do appreciate you all, thinking about the parity across the employees of the city of Atlanta. I think that is all that I have, and I'll just close out by saying thank you. I know if it gets bad enough, you all have to jump in a car or a vehicle and go somewhere as well to make the city safer, and I'm really grateful for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Next, we have questions from Councilmember Collins.
Thank you all so much for this information. Thank you for your service. Most of my questions have been answered. I just have one just to understand on slide 6 with the proposed budget. I know you went through each line item in terms of what what each line item entails. For other finances uses, which is this year will be will remain the same. What are the things that are in that line item or considered other financing uses?
That would be our debt services.
Okay. Okay.
services payments.
So debt service, the line before that is at zero. Just curious in terms of other debt services such as, what does it entail?
That typically will include when we receive vehicles into the fleet. We don't start making debt payments on those until we actually receive those.
Okay. Thank you. That's my only question. Most of my other questions were asked.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. There were some great questions asked about the medical screening, so I wanted to ask a few follow-ups about that. I think you said, Chief, that firefighters have access to the free medical screenings, but do we have numbers on how many actually use those services each year?
Could you repeat that question?
So I think in response to Councilmember Westmoreland, you answered that the firefighters do have access to free annual medical screenings and cancer screenings. Do we have the numbers on how many actually use those services?
So let me clarify there. The availability for the screening is upcoming because right now it is out on the streets for a bid.
Okay.
And so once it gets in place, then they all will have the opportunity. So I don't have a number for you because we have not had it for a number of years.
Okay.
And so we're looking to re-implement it.
Okay, great. Let us know how council can be helpful with that, because I do think, given I think we heard some numbers yesterday on the cancer rate for firefighters, so I think it's really important we're doing this on an annual basis.
We will be encouraging every member to take it.
Amazing. I did have another question. I think a while back there was an ask from the union to institute biweekly pay. Has that been implemented?
So just a clarification point there. All firefighters get paid biweekly.
Okay.
The question that was asked was, when does the pay cycle end?
Okay.
So they were looking to change the pay cycle from a 28-day cycle to a 14-day cycle.
Got it.
That is incorporated in the CBA. And that CBA document, my understanding, is to be signed by the mayor here shortly.
Yes. Thank you. Had one more screening. We also heard from the union that they have been having issues in their recruitment efforts. I think for a while, historically, the union was able to recruit at new firefighter events. Did something change there? Are the unions still able to access and speak to firefighters in that way for union recruitment efforts?
So there's never been any denial of access to the recruits. Matter of fact, there was a formal email that was sent to all of the presidents in January. And they were each afforded 20 minutes to present their organization to the recruits. They were able to also receive and share contact information with recruits. The only restriction was that there were no applications to be provided and there were no gifts to be provided.
Okay.
And so that was on the heels of a conversation that I had with the recruits, knowing that we have so many young members that are coming into the organization about making good financial decisions. They were not told or discouraged from joining anything. What I did share with them was the complexity of the pay schedule, knowing that there are 3 iterations of our paychecks, and making sure that they had a firm understanding of what their paycheck was going to look like before they committed to anything.
Okay. So what changed is allowing them to sign people up for union membership. Is that correct?
During this session, correct.
During the session. Okay. And was there, what changed to make that happen?
We now have more than one organization that is a dues checkoff organization. And so it was to create an equitable environment for the members to hear an equal length presentation from both organizations, because they should have the opportunity to choose. What we found is that we have members that are assigned to the training center, and they were influencing the recruits.
Okay. Why not in that case allow both unions to recruit members?
So it was not a recruiting effort. The effort was to introduce your organization.
Okay.
So it did not prevent them from recruiting. It just simply said that you cannot hand out an application or provide a hot dog or a T-shirt or whatever at that time.
Okay. Yeah. I'm curious, this is less for the fire department and maybe more for Department of Labor, just, the city, I'd love to make sure that opportunities are equal to all of the city's unions and that we have a standardized process. So that's something I may circle back on at one point. But yeah, I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Chief and team, thank you all so much for all you all do for the citizens of Atlanta, wanting to just make sure that we continue those great smoke detection and alarm blitz in our community. They are truly saving lives. Many of our constituents are elderly now, and their children, when they visit, a lot of times they forget to check those batteries. So thank you for that entire team that continues to keep that program going. Also, you have one of the best internship programs going. Hopefully we can expand that. We are hearing from parents that really, really appreciate what you all have done in the internship space. The car seat program, make sure that we keep 2 or 3 car seats at these stations is critical. Many of the parents, your folks are actually training them how to buckle the young kids up in those seats. So we want to make sure we keep that. The medics that are trained for insulin, high blood pressure. We had an incident last week on Braemar Avenue, and your team jumped in like Superman, and they took over. Those folks are really happy. So I just want to make sure that we highlight some of the great things that you all are doing and that we continue. They're small, but they're not. They're small things that folks don't know about. You all are truly our first responders, and you're very friendly to citizens, including when you attend the midnight basketball games, the food giveaways, assisting with our community meetings. I see that great team back there. If you all would just stand, that great team back there. They are, you all are truly magnificent. Please let them know that we appreciate them. I try to go by fire stations as much as possible. Just drop in, and we're looking forward to a great breakfast. Our president will be there receiving an award. President Overstreet will be there Friday morning at the aquarium. So we're looking forward to seeing you all there. And again, just thank you. But those smoke detectors, the car seats, and let's try to get 10 or 15 more internship slots. I see our COO in the back, so she's listening to us. Okay, again, but thank you all so much. And we are here for you. And those that know how to do insulin and blood pressure, pat them on the back. Pat them on the back. That means everything when a senior has a 600 blood sugar, and someone can go right in and give them that insulin. You all should witness it. Again, thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone. We do have follow-up questions from Councilmember Bond and then Collins.
There's one question I forgot to ask, which is speaking about attrition and people leaving the department. I was curious, are you all doing exit surveys to understand in like a statistical way why people are leaving?
Yes, we are doing exit surveys.
Okay, so your statements on why people are leaving, is that based on real data?
It's based on the information they're willing to share with us. But
Okay.
yes, it is real data.
Is City Council able to see that like breakdown at all? Is that something you all could share with us?
I don't see why not, but we'd have to check with HR to see.
Okay. Yeah, that would be great if y'all could do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Collins.
Sorry about that. Yes, I just have a follow-up question, and this may be more for the finance team to answer. So yesterday we kicked this off, understanding like the financial conditions of the city. So it's nowhere near targeted towards fire at all. But in terms of looking at, in our budget book on page 353, I know these presentations focus around our general funds. One question that I do have, I know there's additional revenue, whether it's from the enterprise funds, and just wanting to understand the strategy more of if there's limitations to maximize the enterprise funds, such as in this case, the airport revenue funds first, and then that allows for more savings in the general fund that we could possibly either reallocate or re-examine for increased cost and compensation or whatnot. And the reason why I asked that, I know on slide 6, the budget that's proposed to us from the general fund is 146 million. But if we look at the total budget, and like I said, this is just one department. In addition to the airport revenue funds, we're looking at 190 million. So I think that's something that I'm just curious on. What are our strategy in terms of maximizing our enterprise funds that will give some cushion or comfort in our general fund to give departments the opportunity to be able to reallocate some of those dollars for those increased costs and asks.
Yes, that's a very good question. So all of the fire airport operations are paid out of the airport funds, and that's managing all of the airport's fire needs. And whenever there's shared services and there's shared applications, things that are needed for the entire department, we work with the Department of Aviation to make sure that they are contributing their fair share to that as well. Sometimes it's based on headcount, and then sometimes it's based on utilization. And so depending on what methodology we use for direct and indirect cost allocations, they're always made with that same thought process that you had, Council Member, which is to make sure that we're not overburdening the general fund. So we appreciate that comment, and we'll continue to do that going into this fiscal year and future ones.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to say I appreciate the fire department for presenting a balanced budget, but any way that we could really support even more, just don't hesitate to let us know. Thank you so much, CFO Bala, for that clarity. Thank you.
And Councilwoman, just in addition to, which is not shown here in the operating budget, yesterday we talked a little bit about impact fees. So anytime there's additional funding that can be used to make sure that fire has additional resources, we'll continue to look at those as well. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I've got 11:01 and no other questions from colleagues. So I would say, Chief Smith, definitely appreciate you and the men and women of the Atlanta Fire and Rescue Department. And thank you all for being here for your presentation. Look forward to continuing our conversation about the budget process. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Next, we are scheduled to have the Department of Corrections. So we'll welcome up Chief Dancy.
ready, sir.
All right. We are now ready for our second briefing for today, which is the Department of Corrections, and we welcome up Chief Elder Dancy.
Thank you, Chairman Winston. Good morning, everyone. Chairman, Madam President, and other distinguished council members. I am Elder Dancy, Chief of Corrections for the City of Atlanta. I'm joined by members of my leadership team who supports our operations and mission. To my left is Director Kwana Williams. She's over our budget and business affairs. To her left, my far left, is Deputy Chief Timothy Quiller. And to my right is Deputy Chief Natasha Johnson. And to her right, my far right, is Major Cassandra Wiggins. Thank you for this opportunity to present our fiscal year 2027 proposed budget. I'll briefly walk through our organizational framework, highlight key accomplishments, outline our staffing, and close out with our proposed budget. On this first slide, this slide provides an overview of our department's organizational structure and highlights our core leadership team. Our Administrative Services Division is headed by Deputy Chief Timothy Quiller. He's responsible for our career development team, accreditation, our food service team, and medical team. And Detention Services Division is headed by Deputy Chief Natasha Johnson. She's responsible for ACDC, Grady Hospital Detention, courts, and court security. And of course, we have the Chief's office. The next slide will highlight just a few of our accomplishments for FY 2026. This past year, our focus has remained on safety. Safety is paramount for us at ACDC, also operational efficiency and meaningful outcomes. The first accomplishment, safety management, facility maintenance and technology upgrades. In safety operations, we've strengthened our operations at Grady Detention. As most of you know, Grady is an open campus, so security is always something that we are mindful of. So our team has done a great job with expanding that and also relieving the APD officers who have detainees at Grady that needs medical care. Our team has done an excellent job with improving our turnaround time. We've also continued perimeter security improvements, expanded staff parking, and advanced our FIFA 2026 readiness. We also maintain infrastructure across all our major systems and upgraded technology, transitioning to digital CCTV, expanding body-worn cameras, and improving screening and access control systems. And our second accomplishment is our ACA and PREA reaccreditation. This is something that we are very proud of. We maintain national accreditation and PREA recertification, achieving 100% in both mandatory and non-mandatory compliance. The team in Denver said that this is rare, so I definitely want to recognize our team for doing an outstanding job with that as we continue compliance through American Correctional Association. This definitely reflects our commitment to best practices and a zero tolerance approach to safety. Third, of course, we have our ongoing relationship with Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Our partnership with Fulton County remains steady. We are currently in year 3 of our agreement with an average daily population of approximately 430 detainees. And we maintain consistent coordination to uphold standards. And then our last accomplishment that we will highlight is community engagement program. We continue supporting the community through outreach, partnering with food drives, and providing meals during Warming Center activation. Actually, this year, we provided over 37,000 meals during those Warming Center activations for our vulnerable citizens in the city of Atlanta, along with essential supplies and services. These efforts reflect our continued commitment to safety, operational excellence, and service to both those in custody and the broader community. In new and improved FY 2027, building on this foundation, we are focused on strengthening and expanding efforts in fiscal year 2027. Our priorities in 27 continues to focus again on safety, facility maintenance, and technology enhancement. We'll continue transitioning fully to digital CCTV to ensure situational awareness, upgrade control systems in our housing unit, and ensure staff and equipment, the staff are equipped with modern protective equipment as we work to enhance safety, accountability, and efficiency. We are also implementing detainee tablets to improve communication and access information while continuing our body-worn camera program as we, again, enhance transparency and accountability. On the infrastructure side, we will address ongoing facility need, roof and exterior repairs while maintaining critical systems across a 24/7 operation. Maintaining this facility requires continuous investments to ensure safety and uninterrupted operations. Then this next slide shows our FY26 position count by fund, FTE. This slide reflects our 2027 authorized staffing level of 233 positions with 169 currently filled. That's as of February. These positions are fully funded and essential to maintaining safe, secure, and effective operations. We continue to work closely with our HR and finance partners to align staffing with our operational needs. Our FY 2027 proposed budget, general fund. I'll close with an overview of our FY 27 proposed general fund budget. Our proposed budget reflects a balanced approach, maintaining operational readiness while remaining fiscally responsible. Personnel and benefits totals approximately $20.7 million. This includes our security staff as well as our support staff, our medical team, our food service team, our administrative team, our booking team. And this also covers Grady Hospital, court security, and ACDC. This ensures we sustain the staffing level required to safely operate a 24/7 facility. Contract and supplies. Contracted services remain stable at approximately $3.6 million and supplies at $2.8 million, supported essential operations without significant change. Overall, our FY27 budget totals $27,732,824, reflecting a minimal variance of about 1%. This budget allows us to maintain a safe, stable, and consistent operations while meeting responsibilities for care and custody. Maintaining that responsibility requires a sustained investment in staffing, infrastructure, and operational support. This funding helps us avoid the type of challenges we've seen elsewhere and position us to continue operating at a high standard while minimizing risk. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your continued support of our women and men at the Department of Corrections. I also want to just quickly recognize our officers as well as our professional staff at the Department of Corrections for their professional and daily commitment to this work. This week, we're actually celebrating Corrections Week with our employees as a way to honor their service and sacrifice. Thank you again, and we appreciate your time and are available for any comments or questions.
Thank you, Chief Dancy. We have questions from colleagues, and we'll start off with Councilmember Wan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief. I want to thank you and your team for your service. I think you referenced it. You hit the nail on the head. I mean, we see the challenges other operations have had, and it's nice to know that y'all are focused on preventing us from being in those headlines. Wanted to look at your staffing level on page 4. I'm going to make the same request that of that. Those positions, want to know which ones are funded and or unfunded. So if you can provide that to us later, that's fine. You're asking for 7 additional FTEs for FY27. Can you give me a kind of an overview of what those positions are? I mean, I feel like we're in a phase where we should be going the other direction. So just wanted you to justify the addition.
Absolutely. So we definitely closely evaluate all of our positions. One, we wanted a high-level position for additional oversight with a lot of additional traffic that we have in and out of the facility, especially with Fulton County, but also Grady Hospital to expand that. We've had some challenges there, especially relieving our officers as well as 2 escapes. So we want to shore up that. As well as staff in that space. So right now we are able to collapse positions, work a little overtime, but this will help us, especially in the Grady detention space, where, as I mentioned, is an open campus and provides an additional vulnerability for us.
Okay. I'm sure we'll see more detail on that during the personnel paper deliberation, but also I'm presuming that those are 7 new positions and you're not abolishing any positions that you have currently?
We are, as I mentioned, closely looking at our positions. So we are working with HR. We have identified some positions that we can abolish. Okay. So we're trying to be fiscally responsible as well as maintaining safety across all of our facilities.
So what I hear is we may see some abolishments from y'all when the personal paper is before us later this season.
Yes, sir.
Okay, to your budget request, I have to admit I'm a little surprised to see everything's kind of flat. I mean, there's some savings that you're getting from pension as well as health insurance, but everything else is flat. Salaries, supplies, and all that, which suggests to me that you are intending and planning to operate status quo for the entire fiscal year, despite the fact that it's my understanding that our lease with Fulton County ends at the end of the year. So what's the plan post that? For the second half of fiscal year? And I don't know if that's a you question or an administration question, but again, that was a surprise to me.
I can answer the question. So the FY27 budget was re-baselined back to the 26 budget because the department is actually facing a slight surplus in terms of their personnel line item where we're projecting them to be at the end of the year. So they've operated efficiently. They're going to have some salary savings going into next year. And instead of scaling back their personnel line items, we kept it flat to give them a little bit more capacity going into next year. So I think if you look at their projected year-end salary numbers, they're expected to end the year total personnel at 19.8 million and allowing them to have the 20.7 million again for 27 just gives them a little bit more runway going into the FY27 year.
Okay, that explains kind of the financial pieces of it, but I'm trying to understand the operational plan or anticipation of January 1, 2027, post Fulton County lease.
So I would just definitely say that this budget reflects a disciplined approach. It allows us to continue to do what we've been doing while remaining fiscally responsible. So with staffing, at this point, as you know, Fulton County is responsible for staffing their security team as well as medical and food service. So there's not going to be a significant shift or impact with that. So if we could sustain what we have with as well as fill the vacancies, we'll definitely continue to be in good shape. So with a focus on ACDC, of course, court security, court is open every day except Sunday. And then again, as I mentioned, Grady detention. So I don't see any, pain points with that. The 27.7 million would put us in a good place.
maybe I'm not asking the question in the right way. So we've got the lease, and I mean, I remember the discussions we've had and from the adjustments we had to make from 24 to 25 because there were some kind of unexpected things that we needed to do, despite the fact that we were leasing the space to another entity. So we go from 22 million to 27 million from 24 to 25. Great, and we maintain that for 26, but come January 1, 2027, are we just going to keep operating everything the same way, even though we don't have a lessee anymore? That's maybe that's the way to ask the question. I mean,
I'm sorry.
So again, I'll try and ask the question a different way. So we in 2025 and 2026 we're operating at about $28 million, and we understood that was because we had a tenant in our space. And come January 1 of 2027, when that lease, in theory, is no longer in place, we're just going to keep operating at full throttle the way we've been doing as if we had a tenant in the space. I'm trying to understand that because I expected there would be another scale down back to the core functionality versus, again, having a lessee in the space.
So I think I'm following you. If you look back at 24, where you say you saw the shift from 22, a lot of that was overtime dollars, where we kind of those numbers went down to impact our FTEs and extra help to assist in that space. So a lot of that was absorbed with that. Again, we did move some personnel in key positions as well, especially with traffic coming into the facility and Fulton County coming in and out. But that's not a significant amount of personnel. Again, most of our staff, and we have to continue to maintain ACDC with our direct supervision component system in place to manage that. Have team flexible so they could assist court, security, and Grady. So those personnel over the last 4 or 5 years have been working in that space with similar numbers. We were just able to use overtime dollars back in 23, 24 as Fulton first came on board in 22, the latter part of 22, when we had lower staffing numbers but utilizing overtime.
All right, I'm going to try one last time and then I'm going to move on. So what you said was we had to make adjustments through overtime and otherwise when Fulton moved in, right? And now Fulton, in theory, is about to move out. So, but what I'm not seeing is that we're not going to make any adjustments. There was no incremental adjustment actually needed for Fulton being in there because we're not having to make any adjustments once they're out. Is that correct? And I see the COO back there as well. I may not be asking the question the right way.
Maybe I'm not explaining it right, but staffing is not significantly impacted by Fulton, whether they're here or not, because they have their own staff here in place for security. Is that? Now, we are responsible for maintenance costs as they occupy housing space.
I got that, yeah. That doesn't align with, I feel like over time, once they went in, there were new budget requests made to us as a result of their being in the building, and some that we weren't expecting. And maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I'm happy to go back and I'll look at the budget hearing tapes from previous years. But again, I was expecting there would be a throttle down, not 100%, but at least a shift backwards because we were no longer having to manage someone else being in our building in that use.
If I can, I'm sorry, Chief, if I can jump in for one moment. So Councilmember Juan, completely understand your question, but I think what you're hearing from Chief Dancy is that you may see a small scale back. Some of the increases that we asked for as Fulton County was coming in, some of that was building maintenance for parts of the jail that had not been used for some periods of time and needed a little love and attention. So that was some, not major love and attention, but it did need some. So that was some from a building maintenance perspective. I think what a lot of people may be missing is that whether Fulton County is in there or not, for the inmates who come into the Correction Center at ACDC, they still have to be separated by male, female, mental illness, juveniles. So you have to make sure that you are staffed to be able to separate accordingly, and on directed supervision. So I do think as Fulton County transitions out, you will see some scale back, but I don't think it'll be this big number that you may be thinking of, because we're still maintaining the building. We still have all of those, and you still need the level of staffing for Grady Hospital, because we don't want police officers sitting on people who are there to be locked up after they are released. And you will still have some staffing in the jail, not knowing some days what category of people you may get in that have to be separated.
Yeah, so I definitely get that. So again, I wasn't suggesting there'd be 100% throttle back. But what makes me, based on what you said we may see, I would think we should see some pullback. As this year, general fund dollars are so precious, we see departments that are getting cut. What I've heard today, two things that trouble me. One is there's cushion in this one, intentional cushion, because they ran 1.2 million less for FY26, but we're going to go ahead and give it to them just in case. So that's a problem. No, the second problem is, yes, we should see some scale back, but that's not here in the budget. All the scale back dollars are simply pension and health insurance. So I don't know what that dollar is, but obviously we're already in the millions of extra money here. And when we hear some of the other budget hearings, when we're seeing cuts in other what I consider critical functions, there is a reconciling that I'm going to have to do mentally on that. So thank you. I appreciate the answers to the question, but yeah, I'll just log my concerns at this point based on what I've heard today. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for what you do, helping to take care of our unhoused neighbors during Atlanta's crazy weather. It can be 85 one week and below freezing the next, but you all are always there to help us kind of meet that need with housing and, warm accommodations, those kind of things, and it does not go missed, and I appreciate it. And I know my colleague, Councilman Raboon, does as well. My question is about I've talked to some officers, and they're sometimes bringing up that there's a challenge around Grady corrections and making sure and making sure that that they can be relieved by, our APD officers are having to sometimes sit too long on the Grady with the Grady detainees, and then when it's time for them to try to transition back into their beats or back into their duty stations, they can't, because it's sometimes difficult to locate a corrections officer. Do you have any insights on that and how we can make sure we solve for that so we can get our officers back on the streets, our APD officers back on the streets, and our corrections officers, over to the away from having to sit on these detainees so long?
Yes, sir. That's definitely been a long-term target for our team. As you remember, I used to work APD, so I remember calling Sheriff Labatt back then about our officers sitting there. But I could tell you our team has made significant improvement. We have a contract security company there that works with us to help assist with that. Our leadership structure has the flexibility to move personnel from ACDC to Grady Hospital as needed. We have seen, and we have started tracking those numbers in partnership with APD. Chief Shearbaum used to call me a lot over about a year ago, but we have seen a significant drop in the hours. So we track it by hours, how many hours per week our officers are sitting on detainees. Last week, I think they sat for about 16 hours that I saw. And some of it is built in because they have to process paperwork and so forth. The week before that, we were down to 5.
Okay.
This, if you look back a year ago, we were in 80s, close to 100. So there has been a significant reduction, but we definitely continue to monitor that and work closely with our APD partners to make sure we impact that, because I understand how important it is for them to return back in service.
Fantastic. We appreciate you, being aware of it, paying attention to it. Let's continue to trend downward. Other than that, I appreciate you all for what you are, what you mean to the city in terms of keeping us safe, and I'm grateful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know that I really have any questions. I'm just going to kind of continue and harp on Councilmember Wan's point. At the end of the day, the city decided decades ago to build a facility that houses 1,300 inmates when we have an average daily population of, it got down to the 30s and 40s. What is the ADP now?
It's close to 100. ACDC is close to 100.
Okay.
Average
Well,
daily.
still less than 10%.
It floats between 80 to about 110.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But still under 10% of its built capacity. $27 million out of the general fund budget, whereas Councilmember Wan pointed to, all departments are wanting to grasp for money. We're wanting to see streets paved, actual services the city is supposed to provide. And it sounds to me like there's almost an assumption that we're just going to continue to carry Fulton County's water for them. They don't do the things in their charter that they're supposed to do. For everyone, and I bring up this point almost every year, everyone here that lives in the city of Atlanta, open up their tax bill that I'm sure they got a few months ago, and look at what you pay the city of Atlanta, and look at what you pay Fulton County. Give or take a little bit, it's about the same. We can talk about the other half later. Half of it goes to APS. But they're supposed to provide animal services. We have to pay them extra for it. They're supposed to provide health and human services, including affordable housing. We have to step into that vein. We now have to, because they won't either renovate a jail or build a jail and just talk about it for years. So we're supposed to provide them with 700 beds at our jail. So I don't think, it's safe to assume that this body is just going to rubber stamp another lease to continue carrying Fulton County's water for them, because, I'm certainly not going to be in that realm. And the city doesn't need to continue to operate a 1,300 bed jail when its ADP is and has been for years under 10% of that. So I'll just leave it at that. Again, not a question, just a statement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Collins.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues. I know last year when we had this conversation, we were talking about the same thing in terms of looking at the numbers and the impact and the effectiveness. And so my question is, has there been any conversation, because I do know the Department of Corrections do more than just the support for ACDC. What has been the conversation in terms of the potential redesign, reorg, re-envisioning of what this could be, because now it's Department of Corrections and Community Services, of what that could be? Because I think what you're hearing from us is that it is very hard to justify this the investment or this budget request with the numbers that we're seeing, but we also understand and recognize the impact that the department and the team has in the community in itself. I do think all of us are expressing the hesitation in terms of continuing with Fulton County, just based on also some of the other resource pieces that we want to make sure that our other entities are being held accountable for. So the only question I have on my end is, what has been the conversation, if any, in terms of what this work looks like beyond once ACDC is no longer inactive? What is the conversation in terms of like the other services, partnerships, all of those things? That would be great.
So we will definitely continue to do the things we talked about that we do in the community, of course, especially during emergency incidents, unforeseen types of situation. But I just want to reiterate that I know we talked about our average daily population, which is right around 100, but that includes a lot of services to sustain that for our detainees. Our booking numbers are not included in that, where we have individuals coming in and processing out. I think it's critical that these dollars are made available for us to continue to maintain the medical service for these detainees, The food service, we're required to provide for them 3 meals a day, as well as the security staffing in a direct supervision environment where we have to separate individuals by age, of course, sex, and so forth. So our department is the only department in the city of Atlanta that's entrusted with the care and custody of human lives. And we don't take that lightly. And we are statutorily and constitutionally required to maintain the care and custody of our detainees. So any reduction should be, or any consideration should be balanced against that. It definitely takes a lot. I definitely understand the questions about Fulton County, but we are always in partnership with the budget team, HR, always doing a deep dive to make sure that we justify the positions that we have and the other things that are needed. But we are talking about a facility that was started. They started building it in the early 90s. It's right at 30 or almost 30 years old, almost the same age as Rice Street. But the city has done a good job in investing in that facility to sustain it. But it definitely has a lot of wear and tear, and a part of this budget is to help continue that as well. So I just wanted to make sure we highlight that. As I mentioned, I think this budget will put us in a good space. So I definitely hope you consider the proposed budget so we can sustain what we have been doing and providing the quality service for our detainees so that we can avoid some of the things that we've heard in the news with inhumane treatment, inadequate staffing, and inadequate supervision, and so forth. These are the things that we take seriously, and I know you hold us accountable for. So I want to make sure that, I echo that as we try to take care of our folks in our custody.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Yeah, thank you. I think Councilmember Collins asked some really great questions around, how we are allocating city resources, especially if we're seeing corrections move into more, community engagement type work and what that could look like in the future. Question, I was surprised to hear that the numbers at the jail are around 100 right now. Do we know what's driving that increase?
So I don't know how far you're going back with the increase, but obviously when I first came on board, we had COVID that impacted those numbers, and we had bail release. That has changed with state laws, State Bill 163, Senate Bill 163. We've seen an uptick as a result of that, and those numbers have kind of hit a ceiling right around 100. They go below occasionally, obviously, with APD and other details that they may have. Those numbers fluctuate, but we have seen those at that point for about a couple of years now, roughly, as I mentioned, 80 to about 110 average daily population. Our turnaround stay is about 2 to 3 days, so we have a lot of traffic coming in and out. And as I mentioned, that does not count the booking numbers that our team has to continuously process in and out as well.
And pardon my ignorance, could you explain what that House bill is that you're referring to?
So basically, the release that we had prior to that with the order that was signed by Mayor Bottoms, that they ended that, and now judicial proceedings will mandate when they can be released. So that has changed or really slowed down some of the release that we have seen in the past.
Okay.
Which has overall, of course, impacted the numbers.
And so in the, we've had a lot of conversations recently about, the use of diversion by APD and making sure that people who are arrested for divertible charges are, it's been declared top priority to make sure those people are offered diversion services. Do you all have numbers or a statistical breakdown of how many people go to the jail on divertible charges or ACDC?
No, we don't track that. And of course, we are detached from the diversion center component, although we are sharing space. We have a great relationship with Karen and her team. We work closely with them, but we are not, as like APD and some of the law enforcement agencies, we are not directly involved in that because, of course, if they are moved through our space, we process them in as a regular arrest and not in that volunteer-based setup that they have.
Yeah, I would love to look more into that because this is news to me as a new council member that those numbers have gone up since the conversation around closing ACDC happened. So I'd love to explore that more. I also had a question about what is the logic behind the Department of Corrections handling the warming centers and food drives and things like that?
So we have a commercial industrial type of kitchen where we could produce a mass amount of food in a short period of time. So in a way to assist our community with those needs, especially during emergencies, our vulnerable citizens, our team is always ready and able to step in that space, and they have done a good job. They go above and beyond. A lot of it is kind of out of sight. We call it behind the walls. But not only do they do food service, but they also provide laundry service when they are sleeping in those warming centers. All of the linen we provide, and we also do laundry service as well as other supplies because we get them in bulk. So if they need toiletry supplies and so forth, we work with the Mayor's Office of Emergency Preparedness to consistently provide those items during those emergency types of situations. So. Thank you for that question because I do want to highlight our team that work on those projects in addition to what we do every day at ACDC for our detainees that we are responsible for.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I do wonder if long term it would make more sense to house that work under another department, especially as we're talking about, ultimately, we did decide to close the jail, and as Councilmember Juan spoke to, that lease will end with Fulton County at some point, and so I would just love to explore what it would look like to house those services under a different department. I think that would make a lot of sense. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you. We do not have any other questions from colleagues.
I do.
Sorry,
Yes.
Councilmember Boone.
Yes. Without going out said, you all do a great job with our homeless population. I spoke with them the last time they were at Old Adamsville, and this was one of the first times that an individual was able to actually brush his teeth because of the supplies that you all give them, blankets, hot meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I wish that wonderful kitchen staff was here because it said it reminded him of what his mother used to give him for breakfast. We have a lot of mental illness. You all deal with them on a regular basis, and what you all do should be commended. We have a safe, clean, and sanitary facility. Safe, clean, and sanitary. And you all always go above and beyond the call of duty in making sure that they have their medication on time. I know because the folks at Jackson Memorial and Mount Calvary, when their grandchildren, we have to call you all about their grandchildren. They feel comfortable once they get a call from the chief himself. So again, thank you all so much for going way above what you all could be doing for our homeless and those that are in prison, sometimes temporary, and then go back to Rice Street and then come back to you, Clayton County. Very few incidents, and I hear that it's very clean. So again, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I think that was our last question from council members. So Chief Dancy, we appreciate you and your team coming up for your presentation today and look forward to continued conversations around the budget proposal. Colleagues, that does take us to our lunch recess for today. We'll be back this afternoon starting at 1 p.m. with the Atlanta Police Department. Then at 2:30, we will have the Atlanta Citizens Review Board, and we will end the day at 3:30 with the Department of Procurement. And with that, we are adjourned for recess. Thank you.
Whenever you are, sir. Team, thank you all.
Portion of hearing briefings. We're glad to welcome Chief Shearbaum and the Atlanta Police Department for their hearing. So, Chief, we'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and good afternoon, everyone. We want to start by thanking you for your service to our city and all of our citizens that you represent, being advocates for their safety and care, and the partnership you bring each and every day with our zones and the department for the good of your districts. I want to start by introducing those that are with me today. Mr. Chair, I want to start to my far right, our Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Emmett Orr. To my immediate right is Chief Carvin Tyus, the former commander of Zone 4, Councilmember Boone, who does a very capable and able job as our Assistant Chief. Our Chief Administrative Officer, who runs all the business operations of the Atlanta Police Department, Mr. Marshall Freeman. To his immediate left is our Budget Management Chief, Yolanda Pascal. And then to her immediate left is the Executive Director of our E911 Center, Desiree Arnold. We also have three others in the room. The Chief of Staff for the Chief's Office, which many of you correspond through our office with. Peter Reese is here. Also, Laleen Parks, the Deputy Director of Code Enforcement, as well as Craig Burrell, our most recent Commander of License and Permits. Who is not here that I want to acknowledge is the officers, the civilian team members of the Atlanta Police Department. While we are here giving you a report on our stewardship of the taxpayer dollars, while we speak and overnight while we slept, men and women of the police department were hard at work protecting our city, responding to difficult and dangerous situations, and doing the work that we expect of them. And so I want to start this presentation by acknowledging each and every one of those members of our team. The mission of the Atlanta Police Department, as you know, we've seen this many times on our report outs, but our goal each and every day is to be good at what we do, whatever we're called upon to do, and be trusted by the community when we arrive and we depart the scene. Today in this presentation, we want to give you a report on the use of the funds entrusted to us last year for the fiscal year, and how that will be used for the betterment of our city as we go into the new fiscal year. The priorities of the Atlanta Police Department are to continue to grow back to our authorized strength. So when you call us to assist the members of your district, we're there to be able to do that. We want to continue to deploy smart crime-fighting techniques that build trust with the community while elevating the safety of our neighborhoods. Continue to align being a 21st century policing agency, which we were recognized being a Department of Excellence, maintaining our accreditation, showing that we are best in class across the country. A quick overview of the structure of the Atlanta Police Department. As you know, when Mayor Dickens came into office, one of his first initiatives was to realign the organization, to develop a chief administrative office arm for two reasons. Made sure we had civilian talent filling the key business roles of the organization, addressing those pressure points that existed around HR issues, fleet, facilities, technology, and also to make sure we could reassign sworn personnel out of those duties back into the organization. And so Chief Tyus runs the operational side of the organization. CAO Freeman operates the other side of the house, which makes sure we are optimizing our support of the citizens. And when you call us, we're in that position. I want to thank the mayor for giving us the talent we need in personnel and in the structure that we have to be able to serve this city. Give you a quick update on our structure, our current progress in fighting crime, which is done with many different ways. As you know, we ended last year with overall crime down 6% in our city. Last year, we ended with our third year reduction of homicides and shootings in Atlanta. Glad to report as we stand here today, we continue to see positive trends in almost every area. The two outliers of that are aggravated assaults, where we had seen an uptick earlier in the year of dwelling shootings, which elevated that. We also have seen a surprising increase of individuals using knives in fights, as well as pointing of weapons, which counts as an aggravated assault. So the trends you see here as we start the summer months are encouraging. We still, even when you see the negative signs by homicide and person shot, we still have too many homicides and too many aggravated assaults in our city, and we're going to continue to aggressively target that, and it's going to be part of the presentation as we go throughout the next hour and a half. To give you an update on our crime fighting, last year, as you know, we awarded the Crime Reduction Award to Zone 4. for their overall reduction of crime over the previous year. Councilmember Martin and Boone, I see you nodding in agreement with that. Thank you for your support of Major Clay and his team. They were able to see a 20% reduction in their crime over the previous year. We know we still have work to do along the Martin Luther King corridor and other neighborhoods as well, so we never rest on the success of a negative in front of percent sign. We continue to work where the data tells us to go to, where the citizens ask their police department to be. Zone 4 gets a lot of credit. We have a high level of community involvement, providing tips, joining neighborhood watches, and integrating their cameras and providing information to the police department. In 2022, when Mayor Dickens came to office, we were contending with the highest homicide rate the city had seen in over 30 years. In fact, that year, 171 citizens would lose their lives to homicide in Atlanta, Georgia. One of the areas that we had to quickly get to work on was targeting the gangs, guns, and drugs that we could see in 2022 that was driving the violent gun crime in the city. We started targeting those 3 areas. Since that time, from 2023 to 2025, we have charged 385 different gang members for carrying out gang activity in the city, placing them before a court. And unfortunately, we charged 29 juveniles under the age of 17 who were also part of a gang and carrying out felony criminal activity in our city. We doubled that with shutting down drug dealing operations that, if left operating in any portion of our city, any NPU, any neighborhood, any council district, will breed gun violence. We have shut down 301 unique drug dealing operations from 2022, 3 and 4. And 22, 23, 24, and 2025. And so far this year, we have already shut down 32 unique drug dealing operations, and that doesn't count the 2 that we shut down this morning. That while as we're preparing to come over here, us and the Georgia State Patrol were simultaneously targeting 2 different drug dealing operations in the city. It is going to be our commitment to make sure we focus on those. Those 301 locations netted 495 guns that we took out of the hands of individuals that would have to use those guns to protect their drug business or to be able to further the property that they want to operate in. So I want to thank the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department, our partners at the GBI, the Georgia State Patrol, and elsewhere that help us do that very dangerous work. And I just pray for the safety of our officers that continue to work in that space. Since 2022, we've removed 12,821 guns from the street. Those are 12,821 guns whose triggers will not be pulled in our parks, on our streets, in any of your districts. We continue to remove those through targeted enforcement activities, criminal investigations, recovering them where they're stashed and may be found by children in other areas. And I want to thank the department for their work in that space. We're joined in this effort by a wide range of agencies that join us: the Fulton County Sheriff, the number of sheriffs in the region, the ATF, the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, the Attorney General's office. We're very fortunate to have a number of agencies that join us throughout these various initiatives. This work, and not just taking gangs, guns, and drugs off the street, but the nightlife initiatives, the summer youth employment initiatives, the lighting initiatives that are underway, each of the town halls you have held. You've helped us distribute gun locks, the Year of the Youth, our internship programs. Since 2022, we have seen a 19% reduction of shootings in our city, and we've also seen a 42% reduction in homicides since 2022. And so I want to thank each of you for your efforts in your districts, promoting youth initiatives, encouraging individuals to go to Promise Centers, to our House Centers, we'll talk about in just a moment, to know that you have played an important role in that. And I just want to give you one more statistic before I move on. On May 6th, in 2022, there already had been 64 homicides in Atlanta, Georgia. This morning, there have been 28. 28, way too many. 28 that are rooted in people arguing over the most ridiculous things that one can argue about, and then a gun is handy. 28 that are rooted, some in drugs and some in gangs. We're starting to see those reduced. And we're going to continue, Mr. Chair and members of this committee, until we strive for 0 in Atlanta, Georgia on May 6th. But I do want to thank everyone that's hearing this presentation, whether you are a badge or you are a youth worker or you are a passionate faith leader or you lead an NPU, for your efforts in making sure we have seen a drop from 64 to 28 on this day of May 6th. Street racing continues to be a concern for those that contact the Chief's office here at the Atlanta Police Department. I want to assure you all that we continue to aggressively target street racing that may occur in your districts. Last year, we arrested 22 individuals and then went after 5 individuals that may have left the scene. Already we're at 13 this year and 5 through warrants. We work aggressively across the region as we see many of the individuals committing street racing in Atlanta do not reside in our city. So we visit them in Gwinnett, we visit them in DeKalb, and we visit at their home, let them know they're promoting it. We believe they may be participating in it, and we will bring charges when that occurs. Our license and permits unit is an important part of how this police department works to do its part in the overall safety plan for One Safe City. I'm proud to report that our compliance checks from 2024 to 2025, this calendar year, increased by 24% throughout the city. This is clubs and all businesses regulated by us. Also reporting that we are working aggressively to address those businesses in your districts that are operating the coin-operated amusement machines illegally, by giving payouts that then lead to robberies inside the store, which can lead to murders and have already this year, and can lead to robberies and shootings outside. The Georgia Lottery Commission, as well as the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, have assisted us in a number of details. And since 2023, we have conducted 21 detail investigations, served 8 warrants seizing gaming machines, asking the state to remove their license. And when we do see a reduction around violence in neighborhoods, you can generally go back and see that we have shut down a coin-operated amusement machine that was being illegally operated in that area, and that's our commitment to continue to do so. Enforcement is obviously what we're charged to do through the charter of the city to enforce all state and city ordinances, but we do believe in prevention, and we believe in going after the core factors that cause people to commit crime or crime to occur in our city. One of those key components is the At Promise Center. Very happy to report that in the first quarter of this year, along the Martin Luther King corridor, we opened our 4th At Promise Center. At Promise Centers gives us the ability for young men and women of our city, ages 12 to 24, to provide them academic support, counseling and behavioral health support, skill building, de-escalation, employment assistance, food support for them and the family, credit recovery, and preparing them for adult life and to navigate the complexities of the juvenile life. This is the 4th centers that we now have open. And last year, 1,443 young men and women of this city were served through the At Promise Centers, which we now have officers assigned to every single one of those. And I want to thank everyone. Please, next time you're driving past an At Promise Center, stop in and go in and look at the number of community partners that come to that space. From the Boys and Girls Clubs to so many. If I start naming them, I'm going to get a nasty email at the end that I didn't name them all. I'm going to start there. Hopefully that was alphabetically. But we want to thank those partners because the involvement there makes sure that we do not have some of the crime that we may see elsewhere. But it just wasn't the 4 At Promise Centers. Your police department operates by virtue of the funds entrusted to us 2 police athletic league centers for young men and women of our cities ages 8 to 18. And last year, we provided services to 481 young men and women of this city, ages 8 to 18. The year before that, it was 473, and the year before that, it was 448. And while I do not chair the Finance Committee, that was an increase each year, Mr. Chairman, of each of those numbers. I want to also give what I think is an important contrast. In 2023, this department charged 13 juveniles for being involved in a gang and carrying out felony activity as part of that gang. But that same year, we assisted 448 young men and women in our At Promise, in our PAL centers. 6 individuals charged as a juvenile gang member, 473 the next year, and then 10 last year, 481. So when I tell you this department is committed to both aggressive and smart crime fighting and making sure we're preventing crime in our city, I hope those numbers show when you entrust us with funds to be able to care for the city that it goes into both areas. The Diversion Center began operation January of last year, covering a portion of the fiscal year that we're in. Of the 1,000 of the individuals that were diverted to the At Promise to the Diversion Center last year, 86% of them were diverted by the Atlanta Police Department. There are over 20 agencies that can divert to the Diversion Center. 2 of those agencies have full county jurisdiction, but the Atlanta Police Department was responsible for 86% of those, and we will continue to make sure that we maximize the knowledge and the usage where appropriate throughout the organization, encouraging the use of the Diversion Center where it is the best fit for the safety of our citizens and the individuals that we're encountering. And so far this year, as we appear before you, we have diverted 518 individuals to the Diversion Center. 518 individuals were not for that diversion, would have either appeared at the city detention center or the Fulton County Jail. Now, while we do not have a golden tempo as part of the Atlanta Police Department, we do maintain a mounted patrol that has been very effective in serving the safety of the city that you allowed us to maintain. Last year, we retired 2 of our horses, Gambit and Cody, but we welcomed to the Atlanta Police Department 3 horses, Jackpot, Rudy, and Johnny Be Good. And many of you have seen those horses in your districts. We use that resource for community events. Last year, we did 107 community events using our mounted patrols, already 26 this year. Last year, they deployed into 350 directed patrols throughout the parks of Atlanta, Georgia. So far this year, they're already at 218, and they participated last year in 43 special details, be it a large-scale event that we're protecting, a specific search for an individual, a child, an elderly person that may have be missing for those individuals. So we thank you for giving us that resources, which is unique and allows us to be effective in being good at what we do and building public trust. But this year, the Mounted Patrol will learn that the role will also grow a little bit as we're preparing for FIFA. We know in just a few days we will start those games here in the city, and you will see the Mounted Patrol, which you allow us to maintain, actively present in those spaces, being a key contributor to the safety of the games. In the fiscal year, on September 9th, we broke ground on the Zone 4 precinct, and if you haven't driven by there recently, it's moving along nicely. We anticipate in the fiscal year for the budget you're considering that we will be opening the new Zone 4 precinct. So that will be open and used with the funds that you all are considering for distribution now. We want to thank DEEM. Zone 4 is the only zone where there is not a city pump either present in the zone or right on the border. That means the communities of Zone 4 often sees their police officers leave for an extended period of time before they can refuel. Now, we did, under Mayor Dickens, distribute gas cards to everyone. So we were able to stop that early in the mayor's administration. But come March of next year, they will be able to fuel right there in the zone, which will help us to, again, remain present. It will also help us during times of contingency operations around inclement weather, special details to be able to have those fuel pumps there. So I want to thank DEEM for listening to our concern about not having fuel pumps in Zone 4 and rectifying that for us for the good of the citizens that reside in those neighborhoods. Also in this year, we opened our new range, which was December. It wasn't just one range. We opened 2 at that location. That gave us a benefit of being able to provide for the training needs of a growing police department. It also gave us new classrooms, staff spaces, armors area, as well as cleaning areas for our officers and staff. It has allowed us to place the former range on Key Road in an auxiliary status, meaning it is only used when needed, and the citizens that live in close proximity to that have already noticed a sharp drop-off of the use of that range, as the range is now indoors, and it is in an industrial area, and citizens no longer hear the state-mandated training being carried out in that space. Want to recognize now the first time citizens generally interact with their police department and fire department is when they call 911. And I want to highlight the efforts to improve 911 and the successes improving 911 through the funds that you provide to us to do so. It's just not my recognition. Last year in 2025, the Association of Public Safety Communication Officials, known as APCO, named the Atlanta E911 Center as the International Team of the Year for their efforts in reducing answer times and the process and technology enhancements that they brought on board. And so I want to thank Director Arnold for her team's effort. Now, this is an international organization, and why I constantly believe Atlanta is best in the world. Now we have someone else telling us that when they name our 911 center in the best. But also last year, the Georgia Emergency Communications Conference named the Atlanta 911 Center Team of the Year and provided Supervisor of the Year award to one of our team members for their work during the attack at the Emory campus and the CDC Center. And so, again, acknowledging their work. And last year, for the second year in a row, our E911 Center was awarded a department commendation at the Crime is Toast. And so please show up in just a couple months. You can see if they're a 3-year-in-a-row winner. Now, this is why this is also important. The Atlanta E911 Center is the busiest E911 center in the state of Georgia. Last year, they answered 1,208,453 calls. That is 3,310.83 a day. So far this year, while we've each been carrying our respective duties on behalf of the city, they have already answered 368,421 unique 911 calls. In 2022, when the mayor came to office, the average answer time for a 911 call in Atlanta, Georgia was 30 seconds. It's 30 seconds while that medical emergency is playing out. It's 30 seconds while the fire is burning. Because of enhancements in technology, which you all provide for, because of enhancements in processes, which you all provide for, by responding to the mayor's budget request. Last year, the average answer time had dropped to 11 seconds, with our best month being May of 2025, when the average answer time was 6 seconds. So I want to thank the team for their continued efforts to be able to reduce those answer times in times of crisis. And we're going to continue to work in that space. You all have helped us promote our web portal submissions, meaning if you have an issue that doesn't have a fire or an active crime in progress or a medical emergency, but it still needs a response of your police department, you can notify us through the web of that parking complaint, that barking dog, another matter, and that will immediately go into the queue. You also have promoted text to 911 and make the right call versus 311 over 911. That too has contributed to the drop to 11 seconds last year, and we continue to look forward to a drop this year in the funds that you have provided us to carry out that important service to our city. But there's one of those process optimizations, enhancements that I want to highlight. Up until Monday of this week, or of last month, I apologize, when a citizen of this city called reporting a medical emergency, and some of that may have been you know that once we answered that 911 call, we had to send that call to another 911 center. So if you lived in Fulton County, we had to send that 911 call to Grady EMS Dispatch Center for the call to be triaged, questions to be answered, and pre-arrival instructions to be given. And that also goes to DeKalb County. Under the direction of our director, under the support of our mayor and the funds that you provided the process, we have been in the works for the last 1.5 years to change that. That when you call Atlanta 911, the person that answers the phone can triage the call and can provide you pre-arrival instructions. We've been training our staff. We now have 65 staff members that are trained to be emergency medical dispatch certified. April 6th of this year, we co-located Grady EMS Dispatch into our 911 center. And then on Monday of this week, on April the 4th, we started our first day being an emergency medical dispatch protocol. And on that day, 109 citizens calling the city, when the first person answered the phone, was able to triage their medical call and provide them pre-arrival instructions for bleeding, CPR, or any emergency we may have encountered. This is a major step forward for the busiest 911 center in Georgia. And so I do want to thank you, Director Arnold, for you and your work. I want to thank Mr. Freeman for your team, for the mayor providing us the resources we need, and you all providing that through funding to allow us to be in that space. This is a new process for us. We are still working out areas. Our next goal is to be able to work out something similar with our residents of DeKalb County who reside on that side, to be able to bring on that side of the city as well. But this is a huge accomplishment, and I hope that you're pleased with the use of the funds provided to us to be able to establish that. We also had 17 dispatchers certified as tactical dispatchers to be able to guide us through barricaded gunmen, active shootings, bus hijackings, jumpers on overpasses in that space. And then we are very close. While we are an accredited law enforcement agency, one of 700 out of 18,000 agencies in the United States, we will soon have our E911 center accredited as well. And we are very close to doing that. And so I don't want to give all my talking points for the next PSLA, Chairwoman Boone, but we'll be announcing that soon once we're accredited there. Yes. Also want to thank you all for your support for continuing us to grow Connect Atlanta, being able to bring more cameras into our video integration center to help us with a wide range of calls. We commonly think of crime and calls in progress around vehicle thefts and break-ins and shootings, but it is much more than that. It's helping us find missing children, wandering Alzheimer's patients, be able to assist with traffic control issues, and able to mitigate emergencies playing out in the city. This budget will allow us to continue to support the camera infrastructure we have. I would like to note the work of your respective council districts and the citizens of the city. Of the 27,438 cameras currently in our network, 12% of those are actually owned by the city and have been provided for by taxpayers' monies, 3,213. The rest are privately funded cameras that are integrated into the center. As you know, the Atlanta Police Department assumes maintenance after the third year of each of the 3,200 cameras that we have, able to use those and the license plate readers to continue to impact and push the drop of violent crime in our city. We're very mindful of concerns around rights and privacy with camera systems. We approach that very seriously. The same safeguards we have in place for other databases that are entrusted to us around strong SOPs, audit trails, being able to audit the activity there and holding individuals accountable that may abuse those are also in place as we protect the integrity of our video integration center, which is truly the 21st century police neighborhood watch of our time. We also in technology have our pilot underway for robot dogs that are currently in place in the city. We're using them now on city-owned properties and also allowing private citizens to integrate them into the video integration center, which is being done. And we look forward to seeing that program progress in the future. Code enforcement has also continued to take the funds provided to the police department to increase their impact throughout the city. Inspections, fiscal year July through April of 25, it has increased 15% under the budget that we're currently operating under. Court cases filed have increased 36% year over year. And then we currently have a 48% increase in resolved cases in the courtroom. So I want to thank the municipal court. I want to thank our solicitor for the city for taking the cases that the team puts before them out of code enforcement and being able to bring a resolution in each of those. We also worked on the safe and secure housing initiatives, 15 apartment complexes that have been adopted by the mayor's office, if you will, to make sure we enhance their safety around lighting, around police controls, around proper code enforcement. Those 15 apartment complexes we're targeting have resulted in 1,134 code violations being found, and more than 1 million in outstanding code violations and fees have been collected through those initiatives. And the courts have also done actions requiring the property owners to do more around the safety of those areas. We're happy to report that staffing at the code enforcement, we are now at 100% of our authorized strength with 23 code enforcement officers, 3 of them which are assigned to the Safe and Secure Housing Initiative, 3 of which are assigned as housing demolition officers. And we currently have 4 additional officers that are onboarding that are currently in the process of onboarding to get us to the 100%, as well as a code enforcement manager. And so I do want to thank Director Talley and her team's work in that space. We want to thank you for being conduits from your neighborhoods. Another initiative of the department in the fiscal year that we're in that we're going to continue is the growth of the Atlanta Police Department. To return to our authorized strength requires 2 initiatives. It requires us to recruit smartly and properly, and it requires us to retain. And I want to thank our background recruitment team, which we had added additional staff to, and I want to thank our mayor for being fully supportive of the police department and giving us the tools and resources we need for individuals to choose us and then to stay with us. And I want to give you a few numbers here. We have increased our hiring and recruitment events, and we have went heavily focusing on the region and the state of Georgia. In 2025, year to date, at this time, we'd had 49 hiring events. So far this year, we've had 86 hiring events across the region and the country. Since 2022, we've seen a 202% increase in our hiring events. We did 110 hiring events. In 2022, we did 233 last year. I want to really thank the AU Center that has opened their doors to us, allowing us to be present on the campuses of the AU Center as we go to HBCUs across the nation, colleges and universities, the brave men and women of our military as they're exiting that career, and interns that come through the internship programs being able to be promoted for us to promote the police department to them. We also have created a number of social video contents, many of that done by our own team, that has yielded over 2 million views. What that has done, that has increased the application flow into the organization. In 2022, there were 5,676 applications to the Atlanta Police Department. Last year, there were 14,026 individuals applying for employment to APD. We remain a department of quality over quantity. We continue to have a standard that says that not all 14,000 will get through the door. In fact, that's a very small percentage, but we need volume to be able to do that. And so far this year, we have 4,048 individuals that have approached us and said they would like to be members of the Atlanta Police Department. But that's on our recruitment side. I want to thank Mayor Dickens. I want to thank members of this committee for allowing us to have a department that's worth staying with. So not only do we look at our growth of the department through recruitment, who is staying with the organization, and to be able to target those things. And we have launched a Greener Grass initiative through our Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, highlighting all the reasons that we are a first-class city and a first-class organization, that if you're going to serve in law enforcement, be a civilian or a sworn member, this is the location you're going to do most. You're going to have the most impact, and it's worth the place to stay. Pension being returned, salaries being made competitive, the take-home car program, the training center, new precincts being built, parental leave, healthcare. There is a range of matters that we have put together in the Greener Grass Initiative that we are highlighting on a consistent effort to ask the officers to stay with the Atlanta Police Department. And we see it bearing results, not only in our improved attrition last year, but just comparing the first quarter of last year to the first quarter of this year, we saw a 58% improvement in our attrition from the organization. Still going to have individuals retiring. We just created a member of our department that's retiring after 30 years on the elevator. We have individuals that reach a retirement date and other reasons, but we believe that this is the right groundwork to continue to get back to our authorized strength of the police department. Thank you to everyone, the mayor and the council, for supporting our take-home car program. That was the #1 reason people were leaving us for neighboring jurisdictions, is that we did not have a take-home car program. When the mayor came to office in 2022, 70% of our fleet was past life cycle. We had many days, we had more cars in the shop than we had on the street. That has changed, thanks to your and the mayor's support. We have purchased since 2023 707 new vehicles for the department. I hope you're seeing them in your district. They're black, they're red, white, and blue, and they were designed by SCAD. And so you're seeing them a visible presence throughout our city. 443 of those are at homes of Atlanta police officers. We focus first officers that reside in Atlanta, Georgia, and make that the priority here. And then we have on the outside, it allows us to be more mobile, more flexible during times of crisis and unanticipated emergencies. It allows us to be more visible. It allows us to be present at the events that we're called to. And then it also allows us to be at work, working during times of contingency operations, such as the 2 winter weather events that we've already had this year. And so when we see weather events coming, we can project our absentee rate on where those storm systems are going, where our employees live. And by having employees in the city that have a take-home car program, we are able to continue to deliver our police services during times of inclement weather because of the take-home car program. So thank you, and thank you to Mayor for giving us the ability to do that. Cameras are great, technologies are wonderful, precincts are necessary, but the most important resource is our officers. It is our civilian team members. Wellness has been an initiative under the current budget and will be in the next budget if approved. I want to thank Commissioner Blackburn and Dr. Moore for their work around wellness, particularly of first responders. Chief Rod Smith, who you heard from earlier, has been a champion for to making sure we're providing firefighters and police officers the support they need. In the budget year we are in, we opened our 2nd wellness center. We have a fully supported wellness center at Public Safety Headquarters. We have a 2nd one that's at the training center. In this budget year, staff were added to now be present on evening and morning watch. We are not a bank, we're a police department. We operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, holidays included. And so a third of our staff works in the evening. And a third of our staff works while we're all asleep. And to make sure we have mental health professionals on those shifts, being able to meet with our heroes in the fire and the police department and corrections and provide them guidance to how to navigate the stresses of life and the job. Our officers, as do our firefighters, see very traumatic and horrible scenes and incidents. And knowing that over time that weighs on those that work for the fire and the police department. And so with the men and women of APD, we're working very hard to make sure that they have the resources on all 3 shifts, that we have the 2 wellness centers are properly staffed, that we are promoting wellness visits annually. When it's your birthday month, we are requiring some units and positions to have a wellness visit. We're encouraging all others to do it voluntarily. Throughout the course of the year, there were a number of wellness events, not just the one that's happening in the atrium right now, but at our Public Safety Training Center, at precincts, and at headquarters. We did a number of events around health for females, health for males, alcohol awareness, healthy eating. We want to make sure that for us to thrive, being the protectors of the city, that our members of the Atlanta Police Department thrive as being the individuals that they are. FIFA, as we said here today, Mr. Chairman, we are 40 days from our first game in Atlanta, Georgia. And as we said here today, members of the council, we are 36 days from the very first Fan Fest that will take place in Centennial Olympic Park. Your police department has been planning for the last 2 years to once again, 30 years later, welcome the world back to Atlanta, Georgia. And we're going to be World Cup ready. The Chief Administrative Office has been working tirelessly to make sure that everyone we're mobilizing for this event will be provided all of the logistic support that they need to be able to eat, to stay cool, to stay mobile, to be able to have everything they need, from a lost child to a critical incident in the downtown space or anywhere in the city they have that they need. We have been training nonstop for the days that are quickly approaching. Our special events division, led by Chief Hampton, has been working to make sure the plans we have in place allows us to be able to protect the games, protect all associated with the games, and keep Atlanta safe. So we will be obviously doing that under two budgets. Some of the money afforded to us in the current budget has been preparing for that, and then we will continue. We currently believe at this time that the expenses through the Atlanta Police Department to be able to protect the games for those 5 to 5.5 weeks is approximately $29.7 million. $24 million of that is in overtime expenses. As has already been reported out, that will be reimbursed by the federal government through the program that was established for that. And so that is underway. And so that is something that I hope is music to the ears of the council and to Mr. Bala that I thought I saw sitting at the back of the room. I do want to thank Mr. Freeman and his team who worked tirelessly to make sure that we accounted for all the necessary needs of the department to be able to have all the resources and equipment in place. We're also going to have an additional 250 officers joining us from our other agencies. They're going to be assigned to work alongside APD in the downtown space. It's going to do a couple things. This is going to allow us to keep resources present in the other 244 neighborhoods that are not hosting the games. It's going to allow us to still respond to any critical incident that occurs in Atlanta, Georgia during the games, and to make sure that we're able to do whatever you call us to do during that time. Those agencies will also be reimbursed through that grant funding through their own mechanism, not the responsibilities of our budget during this time. We're also going to see your department in a very few days start wearing a new uniform that has been designed to allow us to be more recognizable and comfortable during the World Cup games. And currently in Boston, that uniform has actually been recognized as the best dressed public safety law enforcement uniform by the Network Association of Uniform Manufacturers and Distributors, which I want to note that. So it's a very competitive landscape. The fire department gets a lot of praise. We just want to say we have a good, cool uniform. So we want to put that out there. Do you want to talk about our staffing as we move into from the portion of how we use the funds entrusted to us last year to the funds that will be entrusted to us in the upcoming fiscal year? We currently stand at 548 very important civilian team members of the organization. This runs the gambit. I will not get them all here, but I want to mention the 169 that work in E911 that we talked about early, our public affairs units. I'm going to talk about our latent print examiners, our crime prevention inspectors, our crime scene techs, our community engagement teams, our GCIC teams, our admin teams, and property. We would not be the successful Atlanta Police Department that we are without our civilian team members. I thank you all for what you do and for the efforts they do each and every day. And we continue to make sure that we provide for those areas. As you know, the Atlanta Police Department dropped to very dangerous staffing levels, and efforts have been underway by Mayor Dickens and this body to be able to get us back to our authorized strength. I'm happy to report, as we said here today, that we are 90% filled in our staffing. As of just a few days ago, we were at 1,821 members of the organization. This is the first time we've been above 1,800 since July of 2020. And July of 2020 started a dangerous exit of individuals from the organization. And so thank you for investing in those that say yes to public service. Thank you for giving them the tools to be safe and to be trusted and to continue to build back the organization. If we keep our current trends, and these are the two trends around recruitment and around attrition, we still anticipate hitting our authorized strength the latter part of 2027, which will be in the budget year of fiscal year 2028, if we currently keep the current trend. So that has not changed in the last 12 months that we appeared before you and gave you that estimate. So far last year, we onboarded 304 individuals into the organization on the sworn side. We have 200 officers, over 200 officers in training right now. And already this year, we've welcomed 64 new members to the organization. And so thank you to everyone, our mayor, this body, for making us a desired destination for service. The pipeline still looks good. We know we're going to have to do some pausing for 5 weeks around the World Cup games, but we're going to work right up to that moment and get busy again. Just looking at the variances in the proposed budget, which you'll be considering over the next few days and weeks. From the general fund, we are going to see an approximate 5% increase from FY26 adopted, approximately $16.5 million. That, as you know, is the investment in the individuals that report to duty each and every day in the organization. As the department grows back, you continue to see that being placed with pensions, as well as pay and the benefits that comes to that. 80% of our budget are the individuals that serve. It is not vehicles, it is not technology, it is none of that. 80% the individuals that walk through the door every day, drop to the knees and perform CPR, look tirelessly through woods for a missing child, stand at car accidents in the hot weather to make sure that it is properly investigated and done. And 80% of our budget goes to those that say yes to service and do the work on our behalf for the safety of our city. Purchase contracts and services, 10% of our budget is approximately a 10% increase over the previous year. This is our camera maintenance services. This is our body-worn cameras and the extensive infrastructures that supports that. Body-worn cameras being very essential to our ability to be a trusted organization, be able to have optimal training to be able to review body-worn camera, cloud storage, services, as well as our dashboards that we use to guide the resources deployment throughout the city. Many of these are all of these are very critical systems. Supplies, approximately 2% of our budget, is actually 1.6% rounded up, had a 0.1% increase over last year. And this allows us to provide the ballistic vests that our officers wear, the tourniquets that they have on their belt, the tasers, all the other equipment they have to be able to navigate the calls that they are sent to. Our capital outlays are less than 1% of the budget. This is the growth of the e-bikes being used, particularly in our parks and path forces, other fleet-related items. And then the interfund charges 4% of our budget. This is approximately a 5% increase as we see the fleet being returned to its proper size and composition to be able to do all that the citizens expect of their emergency services networks. And we are starting to see now the surplus of more older vehicles and the cost to repair the fleet and keep it running. There's actually a number of benefits in there because the fleet is not as old as it is, and no longer are we having to keep vehicles past their desired lifespan, but I will let the DPW commissioner speak to that before you. We are going to use the budget if it's passed and if it's entrusted to the department to continue to focus on the mayor's 4 priorities. One safe city, to continue to be able to fight crime in all of its forms, from PAL centers to App Promise centers to shutting down drug operations. We're going to make sure that we continue to partner with our joint partners, make sure we target those areas around code enforcement and license permits that you all contact us about to make sure in that space. Make sure the Real-Time Crime Center continues to play its appropriate role, the CARE program being used and able to grow the path force to make sure it is properly patrolling all areas of the city as the Beltline grows. An opportunity for all. Code enforcement will continue to use that to bolster for a safe city through our secure housing initiatives and make sure that we continue to grow the department's civilian and sworn personnel. A city built for the future. Our 911 center will continue to evolve to be the center necessary to protect the most populous city in the state, our capital city. Our take-home program will continue to go. We will execute the World Cup under this budget, and then we will also be finalizing our preparations for Super Bowl February 2028 under the current budget when approved. And then an ethical and efficient organization running out the mayor's 4th pillar, making sure E911 becomes accredited. We maintain our current accreditation. We're exploring the feasibility of our own crime lab and be able to optimize the rest of technology throughout the organization. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for your time. That was very quick, so certainly open for the questions that I can answer. You also have the brain trust of the Atlanta Police Department, part of it, that's at the table, and so ready to answer any questions you or members of the council may have.
Thank you, Chief Shearbaum, for that overview of your department and the proposed budget for your department as well. At this time, we're going to take questions from colleagues. First up, we have Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief, and your team for the presentation. You touched on it a little bit, the fleet. What is the current status of the fleet? I know there were some outfitting issues. Maybe there still are. Any current orders, either still awaiting delivery or waiting outfitting? And then what is the percentage of officers currently with take-home cars, and what is the goal? Is it a certain percentage, 100%? And when would we hope to hit that?
Yes, so the goal is everyone right now in Field Operations Division, and I want to classify that as phase 1. That's our goal. Now, we do have a few units outside of Field Operations that have a need for take-home cars. That's our Apex unit. our ACE units, and there are tactical field operators. So those 3 units and our field operations. Right now, the number of individuals with take-home cards, I'm going to toss this to Mr. Orr on your first part of your question. We have 443 take-home cards that are present within the organization.
So 443.
Right, and then Mr. Orr, you can tell how much are in the pipeline right now.
Sure. We also have an order for this year of 299. To answer your first question regarding the outfitters, we do have 2 outfitters with 3 locations, and we're currently not seeing any issues as far as our cars getting turned around.
And is every car we are currently getting in becoming a take-home vehicle?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
No, not necessarily.
Thank you. And, I've seen the difference. Not that I would, but I could take a stone and hit 2 Atlanta police cars from my house now because we have take-home vehicles, and, people love seeing those in their neighborhoods. So thank you for all the effort that you and the department have put behind that, and DPW and finance and everyone that's behind that, and the mayor. Any expansion of, well, I guess I should first ask, has there been a kind of thorough evaluation of the CARES units? And are you looking to expand that within this FY27 budget?
Units you will see expanding, particularly on the budget, is the CARES unit, and I believe we have another 10 positions that have been authorized for that. You also will see the path force grow. Right now, we are graduating a class roughly every month.
You've been looking at my paper? That was one of my questions too.
No, sir.
Looking at my paper.
The path force. I just assigned on the last order 4 individuals to the path force, and so as the classes graduate, we're going to be able to return to the posture that we had previous to 2020. Many more officers on patrol and bikes, specialized units being built back up, and so you will continue to see that grow. And with the CARES unit will be one of those growing units as well.
All right, and glad to hear that about the path force, because that was one of my questions coming up. Not only are we continuing to build the Beltline, but also trails off of the Beltline are coming. There are 3 under construction just in my district that will connect to the Beltline. So definitely want to see APD out and about on those. Where are the 93 FTEs being cut from the budget? Is that sworn, non-sworn? What divisions, et cetera, are those coming from?
So most of those positions were the unfilled positions from FY26 or going into FY26. Most of those are civilian positions or professional positions, and then there were 25 officer positions.
Understood. What is the status of, I guess, somewhat code enforcement, but especially when it comes to licenses and permits, and how does this budget very specifically enhance their needs? We spoke about an issue yesterday about there are a number of problem properties in my district, and I'm sure others, but one specifically where there was a shooting. You all did your part up front. LMP went out, performed an inspection, issued citations. That was in November of last year. It has now been 6 months. I looked back at all the LRB dates, and so far in 2026, there have been 4 due cause cases heard by that committee. One was simply an application denial. It wasn't citations and violating the law. One, for whatever reason, was dismissed or requested to be dismissed by the law department. And only 2 actually resulted in penalties. One, a $2,500 and 5-day closure, and the other one, a $2,500 penalty and relinquishment of their permit. So with all of the issues we hear about across the city with violence around these, clubs or quote unquote restaurants, why are we not seeing more action from LMP, and especially on the LRB side when it comes to penalizing these bad actors?
We start the process of penalizing council members. We place these entities before the LRB or the municipal court, or in some cases Superior Court, for the penalty to be handed down. And so once a penalty is handed down, we will be in a position to do the enforcement where we may be charged to do so. Where this proposed budget will benefit the concerns that you're raising, is having more officers to carry out more details. Now, I will tell you, not because he's in council chambers, sir, Lieutenant Burrell's team has been very busy. I saw a detail that was executed this weekend for the betterment of the city of a club that's operating in a manner that makes the city less safe. These details can be very labor intensive, time consuming, and we're required to carry them out under the requirements of best practices and the law. So as the department grows, you will continue to see our ability to assign additional people to license permits. As the department grows, because now what Lieutenant Burrell and his team does, they utilize the crime suppression units from other zones to be able to supplement their investigative and enforcement action. So when you read of us executing a search warrant, it won't just be license and permits. You generally see license and permits and 1 or 2 zone crime suppression units that are present. And so as the department continues to grow, our ability to do more details, our ability to go back and inspect any sanction handed out by the courts or sanctions handed out by the LRB will be better enhanced. And so our commitment is to continue to start the process that hold people accountable. I don't want to live in a society where we are judge and jury, but we do start the process where accountability is meted out.
That's great to hear. So look forward to seeing more progress there. And then just specifically going back to touch on code enforcement, not on the alcohol side, but on just the housing side, code enforcement. Where are they with their staffing levels?
Yep, so as Chief mentioned, right now, we currently have 23 officers, and we just got approval to hire 4 more and a code enforcement manager, which will make us at 100%.
Gotcha. All right, well, that completes my questions. Thank you, Chief, and thank you for the work of all your team here and everyone, as you mentioned, that is out on the streets, keeping us safe.
All right, thank you. You're welcome, sir.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief and team, for all that you do. Quick few questions. I'm gonna try to do them rapid fire style because I know I have some colleagues that also probably have some questions. The first one, Zone 4, I know over the last year and a half, 2 years, temporarily has been in West End as y'all go through the reconstruction of the Zone 4 precinct. My neighbors in West End love the fact that they're right there off of York Avenue. Cadazzle, which is a daycare center, we had a lot of issues with loitering, drug deals, and things like that right outside of daycare. I did a safety walk with several members of the Zone 4 team. Chief Operating Officer Burks was out there for one of those, and having consistent APD presence has been amazing. With the redevelopment of Mall West End happening right now and some of the challenges that continue to remain in the community, my constituents wanted me to make sure that I relate to you all that they would love to see continued APD Zone 4 presence, particularly in the West End community. So there's an opportunity, whether it's a touchdown station like APD did at the Walmart on MLK, or a satellite precinct or something like that that's more visible and that provides consistent presence and ensures that there's quicker response from APD. Wanted to relay that to you and to your team to consider that as we look at getting our Zone 4 folks back in the new precinct building.
Thank you, Councilmember. And as again, with the support of the mayor, the department is growing back. And as you know, after 2020, we had to shut down a number of police precincts. And so many zones had what they would call a main, and then 1 or 2 mini precincts. And we consolidated a lot of those into 1 and 2. So we do envision, once we arrive back at authorized strength, areas that we've had to deactivate will be activated again because we'll have the personnel to staff them up.
Okay.
And when I tell that we're 1,840 individuals on the department, over 200 of those are in training. And so that's 200 officers that are headed your way. They each have 40 weeks of training they must complete. By virtue of our accreditation, we are required to assess precinct locations, staffing levels, various matters to say is the West End. As you know, we used to have the West End precinct that was there. And so we do look for opportunities to place a growing police department in the right areas that our presence is beneficial to the neighborhood and keeps the city safe.
Thank you. And I will hope, too, that y'all will consider more foot patrols in these communities as well as y'all get up to the personnel goals that we have established. I think, I recognize patrolling our city streets is not the same as a military deployment, but I think about how as a scout platoon leader in Iraq, getting out of my vehicle, taking off my helmet, getting to know people, building relationships really helped in the work that we were trying to do. And officers being in their cars and driving around to be able to respond to emergencies, but driving around nonetheless, I think creates a large challenge for the positive relationships we're trying to build with the community. So the more opportunities to get officers out of their vehicles, the more we can explore that, I think will be better for how APD is perceived, but also how APD operates, because you build those relationships, you have a better understanding of what's happening in the community, and can better respond to issues as they arise. So I recognize both of those were comments versus questions, but wanted to relay that. I did have a question about how well APD works with ATL Plus. I recognize that program is operated or managed by ATL DOT, but I know across the city, many of my colleagues and I have gotten complaints from constituents about a significant increase in traffic enforcement. And looking at some of the tickets that have been sent to me, like, yes, you can't park the wrong way on the street, or you can't park within 20 feet of a crosswalk, and they're legitimate complaints. However, I've also seen issues where there have been challenges where those officers are also have different interpretations of traffic laws than maybe APD does. And so I'm curious what the coordination looks like with the ATL Plus folks. And I can share this with you. There was a video one of my folks in Castleberry Hill sent me where the APD officer was arguing with the ATL Plus officer about how a citation was being issued. And I just think there needs to be some deconfliction there. And I don't know if that's something that needs to be handled through ATL DOT, or if y'all have a liaison with ATL Plus, but I know their contract will come up for renewal at some point soon. And the more we can get that hammered out, the more I think we can get better customer service for our constituents. Honestly, I wonder if we should look at bringing those sorts of that enforcement back in house and not have it contracted out, but that's a totally different conversation. But any thoughts on that, or in response to that?
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, that ATL Plus is a different entity than we are, operates independently. Where we have interaction with them is when we request their assistance in certain areas. So we can look at events that are approaching and know we're going to see a spike in our E911 center of illegal parking complaints, blocked driveways, fire hydrants being blocked. So we actually inform them that we're needing their assistance in that area because we know there's going to be an uptick in citizen complaints around parking enforcement. Right now, having someone else to do parking enforcement is beneficial to us because we're still returning to the size that we need to be. And so not being, I think if we revert back to the police department being the sole enforcer of traffic enforcement, particularly parking enforcement, then there may be some drop in how some of those complaints, legitimate ones, are handled. We never want citations argued on the street corner. Do send me that video. I'd like to see. Obviously, a citation is an accusation. It's not officially a violation until someone in a robe next door to this building just down the street says it is. And so every citizen has the right to go before a judge of our municipal court and say, I was wrongly cited, and the interpretation of the Atlanta police officer is incorrect, the interpretation of the ATL Plus employee is incorrect. So that's where we would want to, and I think if we see a pattern of disagreements, we would want to sit down with the solicitor's office now and give direction to be given out to ATL Plus.
Okay.
So that way they can know what the belief of those that would have to prosecute those cases would be.
So the solicitor's office will be a major stakeholder in those conversations?
If those are the ones still prosecuting the parking tickets,
okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Which generally is the case.
Thank you. The next question I have with regards to what you shared about our surveillance technology, the utilization of robot dogs. I feel like we should come up with a different name for them because they're not quite cute and cuddly. But I think I do have a lot of concerns about the use of this technology and the oversight and accountability related to that. I know there's been news articles written about how we share that data with federal immigration enforcement, how at risk some of that data can be, particularly with some of the vendors that are out there and having their proprietary technology hacked, and what does that mean for public data? Does APD have surveillance use policy or framework or anything that guides how we're utilizing this technology, how we're protecting citizen data? And would that be if not, would that be something that APD would be open to exploring? And maybe that's the question for AIM in terms of managing that. But I think with both the sort of new technological horizon we're in right now, but also in the political climate that we're in right now, I think being forward thinking about this we're kind of at a point where we got to start putting something together.
Certainly, and I don't believe the safety of the city or the civil rights of the citizens have to be compromised for the other. I believe we can have a ethical, robust, and efficient camera system in the city and the safeguards in place. This department is entrusted with the databases that contain everyone's arrest history. This department is entrusted with databases that has everyone's driver's history in the United States of America. We have camera footage of every single call we go on that dwarfs the camera system that we have through the Video Integration Center. And we must have robust and effective policies that says they cannot be misused, they cannot be abused, and if we find individuals that do so, we have and we will hold them accountable, and that can lead up to termination, depending on how egregious it is. And so we are more than welcome to hear better ideas around safeguards. We do not engage in immigration enforcement, nor do we cooperate in that. Our job, I have two charges. It's to enforce the ordinances passed by this body, and it's to enforce the laws passed by the General Assembly of Georgia. That is the charge of the Atlanta Police Department. We do not enforce any of their aspects of the federal government. We don't enforce immigration law. We're not going to enforce tax law. We're not going to enforce environmental protection law. We have our hands busy with gangs, guns, and drugs, illegal parkers, speeders, and street racers. That's where we're going to stay. That's what our charge is, and that's where we're going to be. And we don't share our information to areas outside of our investigations, right? For you to be able to access any of our video, whether it be from body-worn camera or anywhere else, you have to provide the case number of what that case is, why you're utilizing it, and then it can be reviewed, and it is reviewed and audited to make sure it was appropriate. And if we find any member of this organization that abuses their ability to access any information, be it your driver's license or the body-worn camera used on a call or anything on a pole in a public space, we're going to hold that person accountable. And we are always working with our accrediting body, CALEA, to make sure that our policies and practices are the best they can be to make sure that we have the trusted protocols in place to ensure that abuse doesn't occur.
Thank you for that. And just to add to that charge about all the different things that y'all are enforcing, just making sure we keep cars out of the bike lanes and off the sidewalks as well.
See, I knew path for, sir. I should have remembered bike. So,
my last question is a district-specific question. I'm not on public safety, so I don't get a chance to ask these often. But I know there was a shooting incident that took place this morning or last night in Castleberry Hill on Peter Street. 2 people were shot and I believe killed. There were no one was killed. Okay.
No, sir.
But can you give me any update on what happened and if there's an active investigation? Understood, but just want to be able to respond to a question.
It's a very active investigation. We do know it started with an argument between 2 individuals. We believe that argument was over parking, and we believe people had a gun, and people decided not to either walk away or work it out. They decided to shoot it out, and that's what's wrong. Okay. And we're going to find out who decided to shoot it out instead of talk it out or walk away. We're going to place them before a Fulton County judge and ask that they be held accountable.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can tell you that without any fear of being walked back.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chief.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Next, we have up Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief and team. A couple questions. Yesterday, we heard from 4 unions, and I have a question from each presentation. The entire BPO presentation was about retirement eligibility and years of service, 30 versus something less than 30. I'm curious what, if any, thoughts you have on that topic.
So first of all, we want to thank the mayor and this body for bringing back the pension. This is a very competitive environment now. Fewer people are entering the profession of law enforcement, and so we have to be very competitive to get that talent to choose Atlanta Police Department. So you all allowing that, and we can share with you at the appropriate time the chart that Mr. Orr created that compares our pension to our top competitors, and we win in every area, including the federal government. So thank you for that. I think as those entrusted with the care of our public safety employees, we should be looking for the best ways to retain talent. I think we're targeting the areas right now that needs attention, which is around the current pay, the return of a pension, as well as take-home cars and facilities and precincts for our individuals. As we continue this process and there's further look into what a pension should look like, that will obviously be on the table. But right now, I want to focus on the things that are delivering successes. We want there to be a pension that is best to retain and to keep. And so we would be willing to join in that conversation and see what the right outcome is.
PACE presentation included someone from the Crime Scene Investigation Unit that expressed some concerns around staffing shortages and retention challenges, and I was wondering if you share those concerns around that unit specifically.
And we're working to correct those concerns. And so we do have additional positions approved with the VRB. Those are being filled. We have an individual in background check now. Right now, we are working with Deputy Chief Spann to make sure that we allow some crime scene processing to be done by the officers to take the workload off of crime scene technicians. They do a very vital, important job. They must sometimes process very disturbing crime scenes. And so we want to make sure that they're properly supported, not only through compensation, but proper staffing. This is another area that's competitive, just like police officers is. And I'm confident that if we have been able to crack the code around police officers, we are easily going to be able to solve the issue around crime scene techs as well.
On your last slide, we obviously have discussed the new Zone 4 precinct. I was encouraged to see the Zone 1 renovation, and I'm curious about your thoughts on something similar at some point for Zone 6, and then the long-term plan for precincts for Zones 2 and 5.
So I think each of you have visited the Zone 3 precinct in Councilmember Lewis's district. It's our most newest and modern police precinct. The one in Zone 4 will mirror that. Our goal is, working with all the appropriate entities, is every precinct have a main precinct that looks just like that one. Obviously, Zone 5, a little different property landscape as is Zone 2. But I think if you're going to report to work every day, you should be proud when you walk through the door. You should be comfortable and should be proud when you leave. And I think we're on the right pathway for that. I want to thank the administration for the Zone 4 precinct. And while we did do a refresh of the Zone 1, the future goal is to get every precinct into a new facility.
And then finally, as a comment more than a question, you know I had the chance to visit all 18 roll calls during the first 3 months of the year, and walking into them at 6 a.m., 1 p.m., and 9 p.m. gives you a renewed appreciation for ways we can continue to be better and for the great work that your team is doing. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you for supporting our officers.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief, and your team. Great presentation. A couple of budget questions, a couple of operational questions, and then a few comments. Regarding the budget, I wanted to affirm that the increase in the sworn salaries line item is simply filling positions that were authorized. We're not adding any creating any new positions. Is that correct? That's a yes. Okay. I did also want to ask, though, looking at your slide 9, when we're looking at your FY26 budget, adopted budget to projections, there's a $35 million, let's say $28 million increase, and then we're scaling it back for 27. Curious as to what's being throttled back. Usually when we bump up for a year, you kind of are looking to hold that into the next year. So, where are we cutting or scaling back? Or were there one-time expenditures that we won't recur in 27?
Sorry, which line item did you say?
So I'm looking at page 9. You'll see that the FY26 adopted was 308. We're projected to end the year at 335, but your proposed budget is actually less than that, $11 million back. So usually was there a one-time thing within FY26 that we're not going to have in FY27?
Yes, sir. As the department grows back, as you know, we're responsible for protecting Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. So we will be assigning additional officers there that will move off the general budget into that fund.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. Thanks for that clarification. And then finally on a budget question, the FIFA overtime number that you said, 29 million, but 25 of it is overtime and we're going to get reimbursed. How does that, and this may be a CFO question, how does that move through our FY26 and FY27 budget?
Yes.
Is the expenditure included in the budget request and then the grant reimbursement flows in a different way?
Yeah, so the expenditure is not in the budget request now. We will assign a separate grant fund that we will receive both revenues and assigned expenses to. So once those expenses are incurred, they'll be reallocated to that appropriate grant fund.
Great. That is actually really clean. I appreciate that. Operation questions. One, you talked about 911 and the 911 response times, but I wanted to comment about the actual APD arrival response times. And just last night, I got, and I forwarded y'all this morning an email of a lag in time in terms of response over at one of the neighborhoods in my district. Is that one of those things that we anticipate will improve as you continue to, the 200 cadets end up on the street and in beats? Is that the inflection point where we need to wait for?
It will be, absolutely, and we're all looking into that. I was briefed this morning on your concerns. So you have the time, the citizen call is reporting any incident. This was a prowler in this particular case. So the call has to be processed, and then it's sent to the zone console for dispatch. Depending on the availability of units is how long. So the officer may have actually known about the call 3 minutes before he arrived, right? It may have been held for a period of time before he's dispatched the call. Our goal is to have sufficient staffing that when you call, that we're able to quickly dispatch a car to that. What will happen is I'm almost to a call that is a fender bender, and I'm almost at the fender bender, and you call in and say, I have a prowler in my backyard. By policy, that officer should be turned around and sent to your prowler call. And so sometimes we see officers almost to at calls, but because of staffing and because of the seriousness of the call that just came in, they are redirected. So as the department returns back to its authorized strength, the ability to have those occurrences to be as rare as possible, that there is an officer available. There is an officer free. Back in the days when we were properly staffed, we would have what was called umbrella officers, cars that moved from beat to beat to be able to go to those calls that came in beyond what was projected during that time. The growth of the department is going to mean, because right now we do a very good job getting to priority calls. When we get concerns like yours, we're going to dig into why, because we even can start cars from other zones and send there. But where citizens now see the shortage of the police department is car accidents with no injuries, crimes where the individual has already left the scene, and disputes around noise complaints. That's where the citizens really feel that we're not yet fully staffed at and to get back to this space. But we need to know every time you all hear a concern about a response, because sometimes it may be a process breakdown, a supervisory breakdown, and maybe not a staffing issue.
Is that in your regular reports to PSLA with 911? Do we have that? Obviously, there's the response time, answer time, and then do we have a officer arrival time metric as well? So is there a way that we can see as that number continues to shrink as more officers?
We do generate that. It's part of the interaction with the mayor's office for improvements and enhancements with the city. So I'm sure that's something we can easily translate to some type of report on.
And then we talked about the camera network. There still seems to be some confusion with regard to APD versus the foundation, the role with the cameras that are being deployed. There was a period where a lot of us were helping fund license plate readers in the community, and as our communities and neighborhoods are making inquiries about the functionality and then additional ones, we're getting hung up in a loop somewhere where everyone's saying, no, it's you, it's the other. So is there any direction you can give us in terms of that aspect?
Yes, if it's regarding a new camera, new installs are completely handled by the foundation. Our budget only has in its service and maintenance for the cameras in which we own. So that funding flows to the foundation that then funds that device for 3 full years. We then take it over in year 4. And so if there's a question about a new install, that should be directed to the foundation. If it's a question about a device that is a legacy device, once we have it, then that's something that our team can totally handle.
So first 3 years operational status is the foundation, and then after year 3, we ask APD?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And then finally, 2 comments. One, I echo Councilmember Hillis's advocate for additional resources for license and permits. I do agree that the work I've done with the alcohol code reform. I do think having that oversight has 2 benefits. One, it disciplines those that are not following our code, but I do think it sends a signal to other operators that the city is going to resource upholding our code, and that they're best served by staying within the code. And then the second is just flowers I want to throw out. When you first took the position, you talked about the need and the importance of APD coordinating with other agencies across the state and how everyone has to be interlinked in order to fight crime. And I have come to gain a real appreciation of that just by observation, but also in my Emory role. I have to say the Emory Police Chief speaks very, very highly about the relationship between EPD and APD, and I know that's not unique. It is how you are with all the other forces that operate within our area, and when we have to call GSP to help. So I just thank y'all for that, because while it may not necessarily be obvious to the general public, the impact and the effect that it has is in terms of the numbers and the crime numbers going down. So I just wanted to throw that praise out while I had the chance.
Chief Chair is a good partner, and he's a resident of the city, sir. So,
Mr. Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Worthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, team. And certainly I echo the thanks to the men and women of APD. Councilmember Westmoreland stole most of my questions, but I do want to revisit something, just using CSI as an example. But if we go back to this staffing pie chart, there's no doubt in my mind that y'all are best in the country of cracking the nut of getting officers in the door, whether it's pension reform, take-home cars, leveraging a state-of-the-art training facility that we now have on Key Road. If you look at this staffing, vacant professional is almost not quite 50%, but knocking on 50% door compared to your field professional. And your vacant sworn is a fraction of your field sworn, and I have every confidence in the world that there won't be any vacant sworn. I think the last report I heard at PSLA was sworn staff will be fully staffed at FY30 by your estimates, something like that.
FY 2028.
Oh, 2028. Can we leverage the training center to recruit the professional staff? What other tactics do y'all have in your toolbox? Because I think that obviously the sworn staff are the front line, but the professional staff back up the sworn staff almost every step of the way. So I know that y'all will figure it out, but can you shed some light on some of your tactics that y'all have to try to get those vacant professional positions up to a better level?
Sure. So we actually partner with, this is where thankfully human resources comes into play big time for us. And so they've been a great partner. So the talent acquisitions unit there helps us tremendously. So we do a lot of joint operations together and joint hiring fairs where we, again, announce our civilian and professional staff positions that are out and available. And we have lots of candidates show up where we do on-the-spot interviews. We can actually triage them and push them right on through to get them into our shop. So again, in this fiscal year, we totally plan on continuing to do those and double down on those to make sure that we can hire.
Thank you. And then, like I said, Councilmember Westmoreland took the questions that made me sound smart. So I'm just going to ask one out of curiosity. What is the desired lifespan of a patrol vehicle, as we were talking about the fleet? Is it mileage? Is it years? Is it a combination thereof?
Yeah, it's a combination, but we typically do around mileage.
And that is what, 60, 80, 100?
Yeah, roughly around 60 to 80,000 miles before we start looking at a different life cycle.
Got it.
And keep in mind, Councilmember, before they ran 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You would park it, take the keys in, hand it to the next shift, and they start driving it. So now we have the ability for this investment by the city to actually span a number of years. We were driving cars with, my goodness, over 200,000 miles.
So really, the take-home program will expand the life of the car.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's all my questions. Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Martin, then Lewis.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and Chief and team. Thank you all for being here today. I just want to give a special commendation shout out to Lieutenant Burrell. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you. I mean, something that we were complaining about for months and months and months. And the entire time there was the right kind of operation happening, and it quickly got resolved. And I'm just really grateful for that. I do want to make sure that we strengthen those efforts, because I think there's a loophole in our city's zoning code that allows for these illegal nightclubs to pop up as event centers. And so we're going to do our part on the legislative side. And we got the right enforcement team, obviously, so that we can enforce the zoning code. I just want to make sure that he has what he needs, because I feel like Southwest Atlanta is like the last frontier of available land, and as things are being built, I think people are seeing opportunities to come in and do these kinds of just kind of exploiting the zoning code. So, Chief, don't worry too much if I call you and ask you if Lieutenant Burrell can get more resources for what the work he's doing is extremely important to quality of life in Southwest Atlanta and all over the city. I want to talk a little bit about the warrants division. I think that I was told recently that it's moving from APD to the courts. And I may be misclassifying it. It looks like you want to say something, Chief, and I probably should let you weigh in here if that will be helpful.
No, you can finish your question.
I wanted to know that if it impacts revenue at all in any way.
It did, yes. This was after much discussion with Chief Judge Ward, and I want to thank him for his collaboration and cooperation. Yes. The request had been for the Atlanta Police Department to fulfill their GCIC responsibilities, meaning if the municipal court issues an warrant for failure to appear, that the Atlanta Police Department would maintain that, meaning we would hold the file, we would respond to the hit requests when they come in. We just don't have the staffing capacity to do that. I wasn't expecting that question, but I can provide you the number of warrants that we put on the system. Wanted individuals, missing individuals, stolen vehicles, stolen articles. That is a robust number of warrants that we put on the system. If we don't maintain a response within 10 minutes of the hit request, we can be sanctioned, we can be fined, and they can take away our GCIC responsibilities.
Absolutely.
So it was a candid conversation that says, we don't have the capacity right now. Maybe we do in the future, to be able to do another agency's GCIC responsibility. So the Atlanta Police Department still maintains 100% of the Atlanta Police Department warrants.
Makes sense.
We just couldn't, because of our staffing level and consulting with the GBI, do another agencies. And the Chief Judge did a phenomenal job looking internally, finding the ability to make sure that the GCIC needs of that court could be done in-house. And I do want to thank him for that and I appreciate his efforts there.
Indeed, and I didn't mean it as a gotcha question. I just wanted to make sure that, and that makes that, I wanted to understand why. And that's your explanation gave me exactly what I need to have an understanding. And so I guess my final question is more of a comment. The 23 code enforcement officers, I think, is what we have currently at staffing levels, and we're authorized to add 4 new. Do we know if those, I guess, if the sourcing of those 4 officers is underway, or are we waiting until the new budget to go into effect in July 1?
No, they're underway currently.
Fantastic.
Yep.
That's all. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Lewis, then Bond.
And I'll take a page from the Statesman, Councilmember Martin's book, and the loudest shout out to my folks in Zone 3. Yeah. The Major Woolfolk and the folks, the work he's been doing over there has been amazing. When we talk about police officers getting out of their cars and walking around the community, we truly are. I don't know where the resources are coming from, but I appreciate you all for flooding us with resources. Every single night when we get off the highway from certain times, we see police presence, and it's appreciated. Major Woolfolk and I, we talk every single Friday, and a part of our phone conversations are about how can we address things immediately. Right now, we're actually working on some houses in our community that have been reported as drug houses. He and I are actually working on those houses currently in our community. So a major shout out to Major Woolfolk and every officer in Zone 3 is helping him, because he's not doing the work on his own, but we feel safer in our community because of him. I know we've been able to, I've heard a lot of legislation I've been working on in my office over the past 5 years come up today in these council meetings, this committee meeting. So I feel really good about the new stuff I'm about to bring to you, because it's actually new and fresh ideas again that I think you should implement. I know the first thing we did was the Blue Lights Initiative. I think that's been amazing to deter crime at night and make people feel safer when they see officers at night. We have officers with marked cars in the daytime. You can see them. If you see some trouble, you can stop them. So now at nighttime with the blue lights on, you can see them, you can stop them if you see some trouble. Same thing, I'm happy about that. I know we did the Summer Youth Employment Program to get folks jobs. We started that in District 12, in which I took $35,000 of my budget, gave it to a nonprofit. The mayor's office gave me $15,000 more, and we started that was a sample program in District 12 the first year. So super happy about that. And then we went on to leveling the playing field with making sure that the officers who were at the public safety training facility and were not getting overtime paid for, we fought to make sure they can get their pay in their pocket while they were there. So the new things I'm working on. Oh, and lastly, robotic dogs. They're all over the city. I know we were going at it for a while to make sure that you can get them. I don't know if we're using them the right way. I want to make sure that we're using the information the right way, so that I don't know if we talked about how we can use the information the right way. So that's the next step. I know we do have them after I begged you all to get them. Do you have them at the airport first? First question.
Not currently at the airport, Mr. Councilmember. We do have them on city property. We're protecting city assets with them. That's our pilot program.
I appreciate you.
And so the airport is certainly an area that we would be in the next phase when we move to that level.
Just trying to be as thoughtful as possible on crime. The curfew, my office created a curfew as well, so I appreciate you all for asking folks to know where their kids are at nighttime. Right now, we are trying to level the playing field again by leveling the playing field for summer camp. My goal is to make it to where all of the young folks will have something to do in the summer. And so my goal is to make sure you get what you need. So here are my questions for you.
Okay.
We've had a uptick in public comment. Probably the most public comment that I've had in this year has been about CVI work, and that's community violence intervention. In that space, I've been doing a lot of research to see where the funding comes from, because they've been requesting funding from us. I know the federal government they have different priorities right now. And the previous federal government, they've actually put out some grants. So I heard our finance team talk about grants earlier with Mr. Wan. So first is around the grant. Have we started applying for grants for CVI? Have we started applying for any, is there a space in this budget for CVI work?
So the gun boxes, which we still have.
I did that one too.
Yeah, because I know you were passionate about that. So gun boxes is our closest association with the grant you're speaking about. We received about 1,300 of those through the grant.
I remember I asked you all to apply for that one, and it was in one of these meetings too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Last year we distributed, citizens requested, we distributed 184. We've already done 100 this year. We still need your help as council members getting those out. So the next time you're doing a town hall, community event, let us know. We'll send crime prevention inspectors or cops units there. And so that is our closest engagement with the grant. Ms. Pascal, you can tell me if I'm wrong or if there's other areas.
That's correct.
Okay.
No, I feel good. So I know that space because the federal government is saying they're putting this on the local governments to do this work. And we want to be the best place to raise your kids, want to be so this stew that we're working on, this group project, we have to include CVI work in this group project. And so I want to make sure I say the grants that we can look up to get there, similar to how I gave the grants for the lock boxes too. So the grants that I don't know if we're using them already, that would be the ARA, American Rescue Plan Act. You can get funding from there. The Bipartisan Safer Community Act. We have 2 more years that we can actually get grants from there for CVI work. There's over $250 million in there. The DOJ, Department of Justice, and Medicaid reimbursement for the stuff that we're doing down at ACDC. I just want to make sure I put that out there because right now there's an uptick in that request for CVI work, and we're going to be looking for funding. And if you look across the country, the funding comes from the public sector, the police servicing department, similar to the PAD centers, similar to the primary center, similar to that stuff. And I want to make sure that we're exhausting every effort before we have to look at our general budget and look at these things, because we are going through a case where kids are missing right now. Kids are missing, we don't know yet. We're missing and praying. We're praying right now. We don't know the outcome yet. So we're praying right now about missing kids in Atlanta. And my goal is to level the playing field and make sure we know where our kids are. So thank you again. And I gave the grants. I look forward to seeing where we can come up with, because CVI work, they are requesting it, and I don't see them stop coming down. And we have to do something right now. Thank you again.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Hello, I'll try to be quick because it's been a long day, but I did have a question. I noted yesterday in our general overview of the budget that of the 19 million increase in the general fund, about 16 million is going to the police department. So just want to be sure about where that money is going. And I know that a big portion of that is going to pensions and staffing. But I did notice that there is, about 30 million of the budget is going to contracted services. So I was wondering if we could get a more in-depth breakdown of exactly what those contracts are.
So our contracts and services line item pretty much has everything that runs our department. And so when you think about our master contracts, that are the things that, again, keep our cameras operational, things like body-worn cameras. It is our records management system. It is literally every contract that we have for our entire department. And as we move throughout years, those things obviously continue to have drivers that raise those. In most cases, those contracts are also long-term. So for some of those are a 10-year contract, and they increase annually over year.
So does that increase mostly represent existing contracts becoming more expensive or new contracts being added?
It is the existing contract becoming more expensive, but also the addition of different things. So when you take a look at each individual car that we have, for example, every car has a camera in those cars. The more cars we put out are the more cameras that we need to actually add to those contracts. So it is a direct correlation between the amount of vehicles and personnel that we have are the drivers in those contracts.
Okay. Does all the contract information live in one place that we could look at? Just existing contracts with expiration dates, cost, and purpose?
I would likely defer to finance on having a library that would have all those master contracts.
Okay, so is that something I should ask from the finance department? Yeah, I would love to get that if y'all are listening.
Yes, there is a database that the Department of Procurement has for all the contracted services for each department, and we can certainly coordinate to get that information to you, Councilmember.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you so much. I think, let me see. I had one more question. I know that it's pretty common for APD to receive grants or donations from the Atlanta Police Foundation. So I was wondering also if that is documented in one place, and just because I think those donations could help inform the way that we're looking at the budget, knowing what other resources y'all are getting outside of the general fund.
We do document them on our side. Many of them actually come before the body here as we pass legislation to, again, take things like vehicles and different technology things as well.
So is there a place where we can see those contributions in addition to the general fund?
Yes, we can work with the team on pulling some of that stuff for you.
All right, thank you so much.
Welcome.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief, and Chief Tyus, thank you all so much for what you do. I would like to give an honorable mention to the newest member of our team, Captain Jones. He has stepped up unbelievable. Zone 1 Captain Jones has been doing a lot of great work. Thank you to Major Clay, who is just unbelievable. People call him Sundays and in the evening, and he always answers the call. Lonnie Character and Captain Crowder. They are the glue for our community up and down ML King. You know, Zone 1 and Zone 4, they split that. So they do a lot together to keep the community safe. Also, thank you for the very well done presentations, the short presentations during PSLA. Those reports have been proven to be invaluable to our citizens. We're getting great feedback on that as well. Please pay attention to those officers that are stressed out, that need help with treatment. We want to make sure that those that are suffering with alcoholism get the best help that the city of Atlanta. They are not sleeping at night. They are stressed, and we want to make sure that we make them whole once again. So please, let's not throw them away. Let's make sure that we are investing back in our officers, because once you've done this job 10 years and it's just a different thing for your brain. So we want to make sure that they are getting counseling, and we have to force them to take their vacations. We've got to force them to put the phones down. So please make sure we are doing that. all of the special attention at the Sitco, which used to be the Sitco on ML King. It changed to BP. We've calmed that down again. So just wanted to say thank you all. We are seeing very positive results. Thank you all for keeping us abreast of those very significant issues before they hit the news. We appreciate that. And also, thank you for being there for the citizens at the MPU meetings, the community meetings, the town hall meetings. You all always have great representation. I think the citizens of Atlanta are feeling very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, Chief, thank you to you and your team and everyone in the rank and file for being who you are. Just a couple of questions. I see the Zone 1 precinct renovations. Thank you. Would that rest in your budget or Deem's budget?
It's in the Deem budget, sir.
It'll be in the, okay, good. We'll follow up with them. Always thank you for the extra help, Zone 1 to Zone 5, when it comes to all of the events that we have in the entertainment district. That is good. Also, just like the rest of my colleagues, response times. We always hear about, and I have begun to just tell down this truth. We want shorter response time. We need to put more officers on the street. Our officers go from 911 call to 911 call. But what else in this budget, and expanding the care unit is a good start. What else in this budget can we be doing to, I guess, shorten response times?
It's going to be the individuals to go to the calls, means to get there. Also making sure that this investment has the investigators being able to do the work, such as Lieutenant Burrell, so there's not as many calls to go to. And so we see generally that there's crews at work in the city that are breaking into multiple vehicles, breaking into multiple homes. And so to make sure that throughout this budget, the contracts that was referred to for the contracts for investigations, the personnel to fill those roles, making sure that the 911 center has the ability to properly operate. I think those all layer up, that there's fewer things to call 911 about, that there's more people to go to those calls when they happen, they can get there, and that the center is dispatching. Those all layer up to be able to make sure citizens are waiting very short times when they need us. We are encouraging under a new initiative from the mayor is that when citizens have non-at-fault accidents and they both have insurance, to use their apps and to just exchange information and to be resolved in that way, because those actually tend to tie up a number of 911 resources, officers having to go to non-injury accidents where the vehicles are drivable. So we do want to continue to educate in those spaces as well.
Yeah, I was yesterday at a location and both had apps, both was waiting for APD, but they was in a private property. I had to break it down to them. You can stay here all night, or you can use your apps and do what you need to do. Last but not least, speaking of the care team, I know we're ramping up in size. Would they be equally dispersed throughout all of the zones, or?
That's the plan, sir. They're being rolled out by the number of car accidents each zone has, and so that's why they've started in 5 and 2, sir. I don't have the accident data in front of me, but as that unit does grow, they will be assigned by the call volume. Our goal is to have them in all zones on all watches once we get the program fully built out.
Okay, thank you. And then last but not least, when we're talking about legacy cameras, I know there's something you'll probably have to get back to me. I would like to know the numbers, because as we talk about legacy cameras, it's not only the upkeep, it's the replace as well. Because I know we have totally old cameras in the majority of District 3. But as we are holding those conversations with the Police Foundation, I would like to know, as we put up new cameras, how many are being shifted to the responsibilities of the general fund to ensure that we're keeping them up and having to replace them as well? Yes, so you can get that number back to me.
You got that. Okay. We'll get that for you, sir.
I yield, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. We have follow-up questions from Councilmember Collins and then Lewis.
Hi, Chief. Thank you. Thank you all so much for this, and thank you all for your time and service. Majority of my questions have been answered. I just have one question for clarity, and it kind of is a follow-up through the presentation we had earlier with Department of Corrections. And so, Chief Chevron, I know you talked about the diversion center, the diversion center in one of the highlights of this year. Can you explain, just provide for us a little bit more in terms of the growth, but also and maybe this is more of a futuristic conversation, not necessarily for this, just some of the opportunities in the spaces that you all have seen in implementing the Diversion Center this year in terms of growth, support, and possible opportunities that we may consider. And this is, like, for me, is a following up from the presentation we just had from Department of Corrections, thinking about the numbers and how to truly maximize our dollars for true community impact. So just want to hear your thoughts on that. And then, like I said, Chair Winston, all my other questions have been answered, so thank you so much.
Certainly, we want to ensure that our officers, when they arrive on the call, has a broad toolkit to be able to navigate what the situation is. So it starts with education, making sure every Atlanta police officer going to 911 calls has the understanding of what the center is, what its abilities are. It's very quick. It's very convenient. I want to applaud Grady for their efforts in that. Our officers are generally out in 3 minutes. And it's just to know that it's just transport time there. So to make sure every officer in the city is fully aware of it, regardless if you've been on the street for 1 month or 31 years, we want you to know about it and use it if it's appropriate for the call. So just continue the saturation. This is something that a new initiative that's, 13 months old? And to already have over 1,000 referrals in the first month is actually a very strong adoption by the organization. We actually have in Zone 4, where Major Clay is the commander, he has a sticker in every squad car that actually is telling the individual that may be being detained about the diversion center and asking him to prompt the conversation with the police officer if the police officer hasn't. We also want to continue to educate the citizens about the diversion center. If a citizen wishes to prosecute, ma'am, then we must follow that desire to prosecute if they've been a victim of a crime. So a citizen understanding what the diversion center is may opt to say yes and to allow for a diversion as opposed to wanting to prosecute in that particular case. And then I think we have to highlight the success stories, making sure that, and also being real with the realities that sometimes it's maybe not the first diversion, but the third diversion. That is where the person is able to get on a pathway, the individual to be fully assisted in the challenge. Because as we know, the diversion centers in 4 unique areas, individuals that are struggling with substance abuse, acute poverty, homelessness, or mental health. And to make sure that those are the areas that we have understanding about, highly promoting them on the force, and then touting success stories as they become about. Okay. Yep.
All right, thank you. I think that was our final question from colleagues. Chief, I did want to follow up on the capital outlays section of the budget. Yes, the numbers seems to be, relatively flat, and I'm wondering about, does this adequately allow you to kind of modernize the fleet? For instance, I know that we are expanding our path force, but I've gotten some requests about looking at alternative vehicles, for instance, our e-bikes, even ATVs. For some of our officers on the path force, one of the reasons being that, you are now having people that are using e-bikes. There also could be medical emergencies that require to transport somebody out, not using a regular bicycle. And so just wanted to kind of get your thoughts as we continue to modernize our fleet as well.
Obviously the vehicle purchases don't fall under that. So it would be the e-bikes that you're referring to. Right now, that is best suited for us on the bicycle patrols. Transforming a significant portion of the standard fleet over would be problematic for us right now. Think of a long-term snowstorm, God forbid, in our city where there's no power for days. We would quickly see our fleet not moving. And so we do need the ability to keep the majority of our police assets going. But we agree with you around e-bikes. That's why you see us purchasing e-bikes presently, and in the budget that's being requested for your consideration. We will continue to do that. The ability for e-bike patrols along major thoroughfares, such as the downtown area. I mean, every one of your districts has areas that I believe are very conducive for bike patrols. And so that is certainly something e-bikes can be. I do know under our plans for the large-scale events that we have upcoming from FIFA all the way through the Super Bowl, there are ATVs being purchased that are being brought into the department. So you will start seeing more of those. We currently use them in our training environment, but we want to be just like GSU in the downtown space. Sir, we want to have our vehicles right along with them. Okay. Yep. But what is being requested for is certainly sufficient for us to grow in the next 12 months once approved.
Thank you. We really appreciate a thorough budget overview and look forward to continued conversations. And thank you to the men and women of the Atlanta Police Force.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Thanks, sir.
All right.
Great job, Chief.
So colleagues, we will quickly transition over to our next departmental budget briefing, which is from the Atlanta Citizens Review Board.
And I call it
Okay, colleagues, we're gonna quickly transition here to the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. So we're gonna welcome up right now, if you don't mind introducing your team, and we'll let you get started.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Winston and the members of the committee. My name is Samuel Reed, and I serve as Executive Director of the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. And joining me today are Deputy Directors Marla Smith and Sheena Robertson. We appreciate the opportunity to present the agency's proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. And I will walk through the slides briefly and then answer any questions that you may have. Looking at slide 2, you will see our organizational structure. The board is composed of 15 Atlanta residents. The executive director oversees day-to-day operations, and the agency is supported by 2 major divisions responsible for investigations, mediations, community engagement, and administration. On slide 3, I'd like to highlight several accomplishments made possible through the FY26 budget. First, on an initiative of effective and ethical government, we increased complaint investigation closures by 33% and board adjudications by 39%. Second, under One Safe City, the agency achieved 100% compliance with the memorandum of understanding that was entered into with the Atlanta Police Department. And third, also under One Safe City, we strengthened our operational capacity. We added 7 new staff members, including 3 investigators and several key administrative roles. In addition, 2 internal staff members were promoted into management positions. Business process analyst and a community affairs manager. Looking ahead to FY27, our focus is on continuing to build and strengthen the program to meet the needs of the community. Our priorities include enhancing the mediation program, increasing officer engagement, including implementing after-action reviews for suspensions and terminations, and ensuring our investigative team is fully staffed and fully trained. We also deepen our community engagement work through greater transparency, public education efforts, and expanded use of technology. On slide 4, you see our staffing levels as of the pool date of February 19th. At that time, the agency had 13 filled positions and 4 vacancies. We currently have 2 vacancies remaining, both of which are currently or actively working to fill. As we look at slide 5, you see our proposed FY27 budget. The budget remains level compared to the prior year, with the exception of an increase of $123,902 associated with employee benefits costs. In closing, I would like to thank Mayor Dickens and his administration for the continued support and collaboration. I also want to thank the committee for the opportunity to present the Civilian Review Board's proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. We remain committed to serving the residents of Atlanta with transparency, accountability, and strong community partnership. Chair Winston, committee members, thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. We're gonna start off with questions. Councilmember Lewis.
I want to say first, thank you so much for your amazing work you've been doing in the city. It's to see how spread out you are. You come into all our community meetings, but also hosting your own. So I want to say first, thank you to you and your staff for all the work you've been doing. Do you think that this current budget gives you the resources you need to do your job?
I believe that this budget will allow us to do the things that we set out to do for FY 2027. We have a lot of new staff that we're working to bring them up to speed. And we have a couple of vacancies with our investigative staff that we definitely are planning on filling very, very soon. And so we're in a training stage and learning stage for our new staff as we continue to push forward to meet the needs of the citizen and what we set out to do for FY 2027.
And I say that because I know we're expanding the services we're expanding the communication of the services that the city has. That means like the Police Alternative and Diversion Center, and also our Fulton County Behavior and Health Crisis Center. And so I can foresee you all getting more cases. And so you feel comfortable with the current staff alignment that you have to be able to do that?
I believe that when we get full staff, the 6 investigators that we plan on having, that we'll be able to absorb what we need to do. One of the things that we've been working on for this year is looking at how we can streamline our thorough investigations to be a little more efficient in getting those investigations closed a little faster, reducing the timeline as it relates to those. One of the challenges that we foresee would be related to officer-involved shooting investigations. Those are going to require a lot more time as they come forward.
Once again, thank you, and thank the team that you have, because the leader's only as strong as your team. And you've had consistency and same people around, which means that you've been doing some strong leadership over there and new growth. So thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Collins.
Yes, just echoing Councilmember Lewis. Thank you all so much for this presentation, and also just understanding what you all need. I mean, it's a very solid, lean budget. And I know last year we were having this conversation, so just wanted to follow up in terms of, have you been able with some of the right sizing that you talked about? I know in terms of supporting you with salary increases to make the positions competitive. Have you been able to recruit the type of staff that you need? I know you have a couple of vacancies, but have you been able, with those changes, have you been able to kind of meet the quality and the things that you set out in the vision that you set out for the review board?
Member Collins, the increase in the salaries for the investigators has definitely made a difference. We've been able to attract more qualified individuals to fill those positions. It's just a matter of working through the system, getting them hired, doing the background checks and things of that nature. So we're pleased with that. That made a great difference in the pool that we have to select from, and being able to fill the 3 positions that we were able to fill so quickly.
And then my next question, I see one of the highlights you have is the enhancement of the mediation program. And just a little bit more details on that. The mediators, how many mediators do we have in that space? And, are they like certified mediators? Is that a space where are we as the city paying for, the opportunity for them to maintain their neutrals license through the state? Just a little bit more on that. I mean, I really appreciate, as a mediator myself, just really appreciate that as one of the highlights that you uplifted.
Thank you, Councilmember Collins. Currently, we have 2 mediators that are on standby. We have a roster of 10 mediators. Also, they are state certified, and that is definitely the criteria we use.
Good. I was just, good to hear, and just wonder if there's an opportunity also to recruit and be able to provide training or cover that, mediate that neutral annual thing that we, training that we have to do every year. No, this is good to hear. So thank you. I yield, Mr. Chair. Those are all of my questions.
All right, thank you. No other questions, I don't think, from colleagues. So essentially, this budget changes, the only budget changes here are in benefits, with the increase in both healthcare and pension contributions, yes. Correct? Okay. And then 4 vacant positions at the moment. How's that working with HR to be able to kind of fill some of these positions?
We currently have, was it three? Two vacant positions.
Two, and you're asking for two additional FTEs.
Right,
Okay.
right. And we've been working to fill those positions.
Okay.
So
just for clarity, so
that we filled,
you have 13 filled, and you're
yes,
and the current FTE is 14, is what I'm seeing on our sheet.
17. Okay. On this, on the pool, 17.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we have two more that we need to fill, that we're working to fill currently. As it relates to the pools that we've been getting, it's been actually really good. We recently, one of the positions that we have identified a candidate for had over 300 well-qualified applicants. And so we're excited to be able to continue that process with that individual. And then we have one investigator that we are looking at definitely trying to fill very, very soon. The interesting thing about filling the investigative positions, especially when we're looking at if they have a law enforcement background, is getting a full record of their law enforcement background, and that sort of drags a little bit. So we've been asking HR to help us out with that a little bit too.
Okay. Any other questions from colleagues? Seeing none, so this will help us get back on track for today in terms of our time schedule, but definitely appreciate the presentation and going over your proposed budget, and I'm sure we'll follow up with any questions from colleagues as they come in.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wilson.
Colleagues, we are scheduled to have our next presentation at 3:30 from procurement, but we may try to work to see if we can move that up a little bit. All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the last departmental budget briefing that we have for today with the Office of Procurement. And we'll turn it over to our CPO, Ms. Chandra Houston.
Yes. Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm Chandra Houston, Chief Procurement Officer. And to my left here is my Deputy Chief Procurement Officer, Topeka Howard. We're very grateful to be in here today to talk about our proposed budget and share some of the highlights from last year and for the fiscal year to come. I'm going to turn it over to my deputy to go through our first slide.
Good afternoon, council members. It's so good to be here and so good to see you and the new faces. In our budget briefing last year, Chief and I discussed that the Department of Procurement moved to a new organizational structure to support the first step in our restructuring process and to realign our operations around a sourcing-focused model instead of the legacy procurement model that many had been accustomed to. Since that structure has been in place, we believe that it has been delivering greater clarity, accountability, and even more efficiency across the procurement lifecycle. During that restructuring, we now operate with 5 dedicated teams, 5 dedicated, let me be clear, sourcing teams, each led by a director and each responsible for a distinct phase of the sourcing process. As you see on the screen, there are 5 directors, as I've said, beginning with our strategy team. Our strategy team leads our pre-planning efforts. One of the things that we've made very clear is that procurement is a project, right? And you cannot plan a project in the middle. And so the strategy team's role is to plan, to engage early with the using agencies and validate the need and ensure that the sourcing approach is viable. Before a solicitation is advertised. And then we have our implementation team who manages the sourcing and the execution of the procurement process from solicitation through evaluation and to award. Their work basically concludes with the supplier's signature on the contract. We also have what you see in the middle. There are 2 essential support teams that strengthen our entire sourcing ecosystem. And those teams are the performance team, who handles our staff training, research, market intelligence. Their full responsibility is to keep us informed because they are our data-driven team, making sure that we are in line with industry conditions. And then we have our operations team. Of course, as many of you know, that's our purchasing and our PO processing team. Their responsibility is to make sure that the financial capabilities are established in the department and really our financial readiness, if I were to use it that way. And then lastly, you'll see on the screen our matrix team. Our matrix team serves as those business partners to the user agencies and the Office of Contract Compliance. Those team members serve and have a dual report functionality. They report both to that agency and to the Department of Procurement. They serve as their support function really is to have contract management services as well as obtain supplier signatures, the ending of the supplier signature on those contracts. So after implementation finishes that supplier signature, they finish the internal routing process to full execution. And so we're grateful for all 5 of those teams that are essential to the procurement process. And they all play a part, an intricate part in the sourcing continuum that positions us to deliver stronger outcomes and greater transparency. And of course, lastly, improve service to the city of Atlanta.
Okay, thank you. And turning to the next slide, we think all of our work in terms of restructuring over this past fiscal year has really been in support of the mayor's vision, his 4 pillars, 3 of them in particular. We have made a concerted effort to land in and support. Firstly, with effective and ethical government. For us, this meant dealing with our staff, our people. A lot went on, of course, with our restructuring. A lot of training was necessary to really get people to understand the new process, to start embracing a lot of the fundamentals of public procurement. Public procurement, as you guys have experienced with us, is a difficult proposition. Lots of rules, lots of process in that. And so we applaud the teams for hanging in there with us, jumping in and finding a new way to improve our service delivery. We will, and so those investments in all that training, right-sizing the team, are helping us really to drive faster and certainly in a more ethical sourcing manner across the city. Secondly, our processes definitely help support our city's vision for the future. We have modernized our sourcing processes. We've upgraded all the workflows, the tools, and the systems. We've invested in technology here, and we are using that technology to really support our shift from that legacy sort of category management procurement to this sourcing-focused delivery model that does improve our speed, transparency, allows for planning of this project, and improves our solicitation quality. And lastly, these efforts have also resulted in great results for our suppliers. We have come from a very cumbersome, languishing process to submit responses to RFPs and IFBs. Now, we have launched a fully rebuilt submission portal whereby our suppliers come in. Our templates are simple. They simply upload the documentation that we request from them. It's easier to register, much simpler process. And we've actually received a few emails from some suppliers thanking us for going through the effort to simplify things for them. And as we look ahead, we will continue along these same lines. Definitely continue to reinvest or invest in training of our personnel. We cannot train enough with respect to strengthening the foundations and the fundamentals around sourcing. Again, public procurement comes with a lot of ins and outs, a lot of process, a lot of rules, a lot of watch outs. And so the more training we do, the more our teams can effectively and efficiently get through the process with minimal problems and issues. Along the way of the process improvements, we will continue to improve even the new process that we put together. Our new process launched on October 1. And so it is brand new. We've seen good results from it thus far, but any new thing still has gaps in it. We continue to close those gaps so that we can ensure that we maintain the path of short and stable cycle times. I'm just waiting for somebody to ask me what those cycle times are going to be. We are definitely working through experience to figure that out. I can guarantee you they are much shorter than they have ever been. And I think over time, as we continue to work, certainly by our next quarterly, we should have some definitive stable cycle times to share with you guys. And thirdly, we're going to continue to invest in systems. One thing that has been particularly difficult for us is information gathering, even within our own ranks. It is difficult to answer questions. Where is the procurement? What's going on? What's the status? And that's because historically, DOP has not had a management system, a document record-keeping management system. We certainly have Oracle, ATL Cloud, and the teams have worked with us to do some great improvements to that system. But that system is the system that we use for the transaction, the solicitation transaction itself. There are lots of documents and records that surround that whole process that we have poured efforts into using Microsoft and a lot of its tools to try to capture that and keep that information. But we will need a record management system, something comprehensive that all the documents can be in, where we can potentially do a dashboard one of these days, and you can see and the public can see anything certainly that is shareable in terms of the procurement timeline, the process as we go through solicitations. That is the dream. So in terms of our 2027 position count by fund, we have a total of 77 positions authorized right now. 67 of those are filled, with 10 of those being vacant. As you guys know, Department of Procurement is split funded, right, across all three of the funds. And you can see the breakdown of how the headcount sort of fits into that allocation. And that brings us to the proposed budget. Very happy to say that we really only have a 1% variance from where we've been operating over this past fiscal year. While there even have been some increases in some of the personnel costs, employee benefits, pension, we still are right in line with the operational cost historically for this department. And so we think this is the right size budget for us, as well as the personnel. So that's it for us. Open to any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, CPO. We're going to start with questions from colleagues, starting with Councilmember Collins. Okay, any other questions from colleagues? I'll jump in. Oh, sorry, Councilman Worthy. Nope. Okay. So the one thing that kind of sticks out for me is the FTE going from 119 to 77.
What was that?
119.
Yes.
To 77, so reduction by 42.
Mm-hmm.
If you kind of do the math here and you're looking at what that is based on employees, it's only about $6,000, roughly $6,500 in savings. So kind of help me reconcile the difference there. Are we paying our employees more, which is fine, but just help us kind of broadly understand that shift in the number.
Sure. So in our restructuring last year, and when we were here before you last year, I think our head count or the FTE was at 124. Mm-hmm. That FTE included 38 vacant positions. Mm-hmm. They were unfilled, unfunded.
Okay.
And we were unfortunately forced to exit 11 individuals that did not have a procurement or sourcing focus. That was the number from that 124, 49 gets you to this 77.
Okay. And so you feel like this 77 number helps this department, be efficient, proficient, being able to fulfill the duties that procurement needs to make sure that other departments that rely on you all are able to get, whatever their supplies and everything they need for.
Yes, I do think so. I think we are about right size at this point, particularly given the tools that we have to really help our staff do the job that they're tasked to do every day. It's a cumbersome process, and so we certainly needed the technology to help streamline that. And if you really consider that the unfunded vacant positions plus those few exits that we had to make, they weren't focused on really the procurement process. And so we're at essentially the same size that we were at previously, just without the extras. It is working. I think we will need to fill a few of these vacancies, but when we fill vacancies, we really need to fill with people who do have some procurement and or sourcing direct experience.
Okay. Can you give an example of some of the type of positions that, you would say are not, I guess, needed in the day-to-day operations of procurement. I know some of my colleagues that are new, for instance, I know that you all were pretty heavy on communications team. So can you give some other examples of positions that are probably no longer needed in the procurement department?
Well, it essentially was that communications team. There were folks focused on marketing, focused on a lot of the outreach. Outreach really belongs to OCC. And we have one of our teams, our matrix team, is positioned to be business partners to our various agencies. And so we could replace, a whole team of marketing, outreach, communications folks with just 2 people that support OCC on a daily basis with their outreach, because certainly it all folds back into procurement. And so because we are able to use that team to really get inside of the agencies, it helps us know what's coming ahead of time, and therefore we can plan better. And when you can plan a project, that project is definitely going to go smoother.
Okay, all right, thank you. We're going to kick it back over to questions from colleagues. We'll start from Councilmember Collins, then Councilmember Worthy.
Thank you so much for this presentation. My first question aligns with what Chair Winston was asking as well. And so just kind of a deeper piece, I've been asking this question to, for us, I think, just trying to more and more understand the opportunity for us to maximize our other revenue sources that relieves pressure on our general fund. So looking at the general fund presentation on slide 6, I see the reduction. But then when I look in our budget book on page 231 and look at the overall budget, about another $4.2 million comes from our enterprise funds like airport revenue, solid waste. And so from there, I do see some reductions there of about another $200,000 that adds to the 69. And so my question is, based on these reductions there, how does that align with your employees? Like, are those that are billed in these different type of funds, do they have to have a specialized like education and understanding airport contracting and those type of things? What does that look like? So that's part one of that question. And part two, have we accounted for those savings in your overall budget that allows some larger return to the general fund? Just looking at those red numbers.
Sure. To the first part of your question, we tend to allocate across the department, across the staff, and purposefully we do that because we want all of our staff members to have the knowledge and the opportunity to handle even some of the large projects that do come from those enterprise supported agencies. What you may see is a slightly different allocation, right? Particularly when we were in the category management style of procurement, which predates me, and I have switched that over to a sourcing method, right? Mm-hmm. In the sourcing method, we do see that there may be some room to further find savings in the general fund with perhaps some increases from the enterprise funds, just because the balance of work tends to be a little more complex and heavier in those enterprise funds. So there may be some room yet to work on that. We have been in conversation with our finance department about that very thing. But coming out of this budget, we started in the category management process for much of this year. And so I think the way this is structured at this point in time actually reflects where we're coming from, and we've got work to do to get into another space.
Thank you. And then my second question goes to the average cycle times. And I know you mentioned that, and I see on page 229 where there has been an actual reduction from it looks like 385 days before the reorg to 180 days. And I think in this year's target is 100 days for
Yes.
competitive procurements, and then, of course, it varies from the different type of agreements.
That's right.
Just wanted to see how you all are, tracking along that target there. Because of course, we receive communications in terms of procurement, like the process still being long. And I know on my end, being last year, understanding the vision of what a reorg takes, what it
Yes.
kind of like given space. So just kind of want to hear a little bit more context in terms of how do you feel you all are tracking towards your target of 100 days. Looks like 100 days, 60 days, and 75 days, which is really impressive compared to FY 2024.
Yes.
And the second part of that question, does this budget that you're proposing for FY 2027, does it firmly for you lock in the vision of efficiency and actually moving this through as you want? Because it kind of mirrors last year's a little bit, just a few dollars short. So I think for me, just want to make sure that with this budget, year 2, with the reorg and everything that you guys have targeted and have built, will we see some different, like cycle times and responses, and ultimately hear some different type of feedback from those that are trying to do business with the city?
Yes, ma'am. The answer is I definitely think we're on track. If you recall at our last quarterly, which was just maybe 30 days ago, we had some good numbers to come out of the beginning of this new process. Our plan is to hold steady. We are going to do that by continually training, by getting better on the systems. We also have new ways, really. The planning process, planning before you go out, really makes a big difference because we get to think about and strategize about the best sourcing method. I would say, from my observation, the huge number, 385 days, that was largely because we did an RFP for everything. Not everything is an RFP. Most things are not RFPs, right? And so there wasn't a lot of thought put into how you move forward. Well, now we have the opportunity to do that, and we absolutely spend a bit of time figuring out which sourcing method to use. That makes a huge difference. We also do some very early engagement with the supplier community on each and every procurement that's being planned before we go out. We engage early. We hear from suppliers in terms of, this is missing from the scope. What do you mean by that? So all those questions that we used to get in the 385-day cycle, right? So you went out with a method that probably wasn't the best method. That drew, on average, 300 questions from the supplier community. That took probably 4 to 5 months to address. And this was before you procured anything. So simply taking out those cogs in the wheel makes a big difference to smooth things out. Where we are with the agencies is helping them understand the value of that pre-planning process, such that once we're in that pre-planning process, let's allow the time that's necessary, right? You had 385 days. We're finishing in about 120. You still saved a whole lot of time, and your time was better used. It was better thought out in terms of what your solicitations needed to be, what you were looking for. You had an opportunity to review the scope. We've got now technology tools to help with the scope review so that our scopes are better. We engage those suppliers early, get all the questions answered, get the feedback. We know we're in a good position now when we go out on the street, so to speak, right, with an advertisement of a solicitation. And it has really smoothed things out. And once you get to that smooth place, there aren't a whole lot of other opportunities really for things to go really bad. Now, you may not get the results that you want, right? But you did absolutely everything. You know, if you had to cancel that, why you needed to cancel that. And you can figure something else out at that point. In fact, we're talking to a few of our agencies about some of their more problematic, historically problematic procurements that we need to really think about how we're doing this. We've been doing the same thing year after year. We're getting not a lot of participation. You're not getting the pricing you want. You're not really getting what you want. Let's stop. Think about this thing early. There has to be a better way. Maybe it's breaking that scope up. Maybe the scope is too big. So we're really entertaining that with the agencies, and thus far, they are participating, and we really are getting better results.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Worthy.
Thank you, Chief, Deputy Chief. Thank you to all of you. I assume you are with procurement. Otherwise, you would not be hanging out with City Council at 3:30 on a Wednesday. And in all honesty, I want you to know my heart goes out to you with a great deal of empathy. In my day job, I've helped change very complicated electronic medical record systems from one system to another system, and you go through a whole lot of hell before it gets better on the backside.
Yes,
and I think y'all are coming out of the whole lot of hell phase and getting towards it being better on that
just a little bit of hell now.
Right. Just a little bit of hell. And it's about to get better. So God bless all of you for going through that. Two things. You did say you used the processes, you used the adjective cumbersome. And I think that just by nature, procurement's going to be cumbersome, even if it is completely streamlined with the latest and greatest. Are there things such as, using Oracle to store E-Verify numbers, or some things that we can do to just cut down on the paperwork on the front end? Have y'all examined that and looking at that?
We are starting to look at that. We spent a lot of time this morning in Oracle on a particular item, and I was throwing up over the whole, why does this look like this? Why is this the information? I can say our partners on Oracle, Deloitte, they've been very, very open and accommodating to what's possible as soon as we kind of figure out what we want and what we need, which isn't as simple as it sounds, right? And so this year definitely will be the year where we will make upgrades, continue to make upgrades in Oracle. But I think, for me anyway, the information gathering, because we haven't had a system, is the most cumbersome part of anything. So you don't know what you can't see, right? I can't see it. So we've got to do some work there. And I think once we get there, now that we've got, a lot of the tools in the process, once we can fully understand what's on the table, where it is, what happened before, we'll be in a much better position. So hopefully by the end of 2027, we'll have that.
And one final question, and this is looking at it through a District 7 lens, but top of mind in District 7 is infrastructure, complete streets, street resurfacing, et cetera, and I know that your department looks at those procurements, and you have to deal with that 1 minute, and then a complicated airport procurement from Department of Aviation that I still don't understand because I've only been here for 5 months. So I get that one size doesn't fit all. But, in my communications with the supplier community, they love doing work with the city of Atlanta because A, most of them call it home and they're domiciled here. Number two, they like the people at the city. Number three, they know that they're going to get paid fairly. They're not going to get wealthy, but they're going to make a healthy profit. And the one thing that gives them pause is, and I don't think it's a bad process or a broken process. I think they're just intimidated by the process.
Yeah.
I think that would be the way to describe it. But they will be the first ones to line up over at GDOT for some of those projects, because I feel like the GDOT process is just, once a month, bids are let out. Qualified bidders can bid on them. A month later, they open it, they go with the lowest bidder, and off we go.
Yeah.
So I know that in a department like yours, which is not transportation specific like GDOT, I know that you can't completely replicate that process, but certainly as it comes to infrastructure delivery, service delivery, street resurfacing, complete streets, the stuff that I hear about from my constituents most up there in that commercial dense corridor of Buckhead.
Sure.
Are there best practices that we can take from the state or from other cities to try to at least expedite I know there's not a single procurement that is simple, but simple by procurement terms, those projects that we just want to get out and get the road paved.
Yes, and we have even borrowed some of the processes from GDOT.
Yeah.
For example, we've got, I think, a small and a large, what they call IDIQ. That is a GDOT process.
Right.
And what it does is it creates a procurement vehicle that lasts for as long as that contract lasts and allows the agency, ATL-DOT, to simplify the back-end process by issuing task orders. The vendors that have already been approved under that IDIQ then bid on that, and it goes to the lowest bidder. So there's room under our code for those kinds of mechanisms. Outside of ATL-DOT, we have we're now using it's called multi-step IFB. But what we do is qualify folks as the first step. And then only those that qualify.
And it's faster on the back end.
It's faster on the back end.
Well-
And that, for Councilmember Collins, is one of the ways that we will continue to streamline these cycle times.
That's awesome. Thank you. And I know that time will be shorter. I'm confident that it'll be shorter at this time next year
It'll
because
definitely
I'm
be
confident in all of you. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Martin.
Thank you. So great to meet you. I think this is my first time coming into contact with you. I have a question, sort of a hypothetical. I've heard in the community that there's been I guess a pre-bid meeting that's taking place for a project, and this is hypothetical. I just want to understand how the process works. And folks that have current experiences and current certificates to do this thing already are being told they can't submit. And I just wanted to know, does that sound feasible, and how that would work in terms of, and the reason why it's relevant in this setting is I think that would kind of, to me, that works against us trying to be efficient and trying to attract the best and brightest, and sort of local and homegrown businesses to do business with the city with. And so, does that strike you as odd, or?
That is extremely odd,
Okay.
and it's certainly not our process.
Got it.
So what we have, the new piece, and perhaps there's some confusion.
Okay.
We have pre-solicitation conferences.
Sure.
Which is different from the pre-bid.
That's what I meant. Pre-solicitation conference. I think that's what it was.
We actually have been on average getting,
38 participants.
38 participants,
Okay.
which is huge.
Yes.
For this city. And, and they all get to hear the same information. They all get to speak to us. We ask them, actually, is this ready? Is this scope ready for
Yes.
you? And this is before we advertise it. And so it has acted as a replacement of that standard pre-bid.
Sure.
But we are definitely trying to get as many interested, qualified bidders, vendors, contractors, whatever the case may
Indeed.
be, to come to those meetings, interact with us, because it's a two-way street.
Yes.
That's actually what's called a RFI, which is a request for information,
Yes.
because there's no solicitation on the table.
That's right.
So that frees us up to actually hear and be heard.
Indeed. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I did also want to touch on your capital outlays. They remain flat. I know as we keep talking about modernizing our different departments, looking at yours, how are you leaning on, modernization, new technology, and how is that reflected in your budget?
Well, I do think we have enough in the budget for the systems that we have certainly landed in and those to come. We have been fortunate from our enterprise funds and our agency partners. They will infuse cash in for, a big system that they know is going to benefit all of us, including them. But our budget, I think, is certainly adequate to handle, for example, bringing on this records management system that we are going to need. Over the years, procurement has kind of grown up in a very piecemeal fashion. So I'm not sure that it's going to be the one thing. It might be three things married together, right? And we just have to get there. The biggest nut is Oracle, and we have that. So it's a process of really reshaping the way Oracle works for us. And that's in the city's overall best interest. And so that's been picked up by our agencies and partners. And thankfully, the second floor is definitely in alignment with that strategy. And so it from our budget standpoint, has only been a boon to help us get there.
Okay. Well, in my opinion, procurement is one of the most critically functioning departments, especially as it pertains to capital project delivery. And so, typically when we see budgets that have such a high reduction of personnel and budget, we just want to make sure that you have everything you need to continue being functional as a department. Obviously, you've got a lot more weight on your shoulders just because of the ethical, aspects of your positions as well, and making sure that everything we do is transparent, dotting our I's and crossing our T's, and making sure that the public has full confidence in the transparency of your department. And so, as we continue to have these conversations in the budget process, we'll look critically at the different functions and making sure that you all continue to have the resources that you need. So thank you all today for your presentation and for being in the room today, and look forward to continuing conversations.
Thank you. And I want to just give a shout out to all the folks in the room and thank them for all their hard work.
Thank you all for being here. Colleagues, that does wrap up today's budget hearing briefings. We will kick things off.
That's time for one more.
Oh, sorry. We will kick things back off tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the Department of Law. Then at 10:30, we will have the Department of Enterprise Asset Management, followed by Watershed Management. And then in the afternoon session, we will have Atlanta Information Management, Department of Parks and Recreation, and then we will end the day with the Department of Customer Service. And that's all. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Thank you.